Colts. Lovely delivery there. We hearing the woos from the crowd. Well length ball, well length delivery, and I think that Emil Gilbert being on the other side, observing the swing, is left between a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure what to do with this ball. He allowed it at the very latter end to go through to the wicket keeper. Dead ball being signaled there. There must be an issue there. Umpire Andy Williams, very experienced umpire, and just alerting the guys as to what's happening. And we can see that swing once more from Lex Maglo after his first over. After 2 runs coming out of that over, a wide and a single. So just to give us an idea of the players in the outfield for the Granby Credit Union Colts, we have Justin Alexander, number 14. He's the captain of the team. Lex Maglo, number 69. Alvinson Jolly, number 9. Melvin Defoe, number 62. Delroy Liverpool, number 50. Jeremy Isaac, number 11. Yawani Regis, number 20. Kevin Alexander, he is the wicketkeeper, now wearing number 4. Shamoy Williams wearing number 88, and Nixon Athanas wearing number 7. And those of us who are interested in football, Arsenal, they are open to scoring against Tottenham. Gabriel scoring from a corner kick, and if you want to just continue about what's happening in the football, Arsenal is up 1-0 against the Tottenham Hotspurs in the North London derby. Another white ball. I think at the moment the whites are the leading scorers. Extras 4 whites have been bowled for the evening so far, and we're just hoping that for an interesting competition that the boys could really get this ball on target. Another ball straight down the leg side from Alvinson Jolly, and I think he's bowling against the wind this morning because the wind there's a crosswind, and I think both the batsmen and the bowlers are struggling with it. We've seen him coming from over the wicket now, trying to see if he could change the angle of delivery, and will that make a change for Alvinson Jolly? Again, the ball is down the leg side, being bowled wide. 3 wides in succession as Jolly struggles to catch the line this morning. 6 wides so far in the innings. 3 consecutive wides from Alvinson Jolly. This time he gets it on target, and Lovio just equal to the task and punches this one down in a defensive stance. The ball will be fielded by Lex Maglo as he does some manicuring of the ball. Because we would have had some overnight rains here at the Geneva Savannah, so there's a little bit of moisture in the ground, and that may have contributed to the late start this morning, and so you will see a lot of this ball manicuring there. And Lex Maglo operating in the northern end, he would want to ensure that with all the swing that he's getting, that the ball keeps it shine. A loud appeal there by the lads from the south of the Granby Union Credit Union coast, but umpire Enoch Lee, he remains unperturbed by the appeal, maybe having to assess the delivery. Seemed like it was just a little bit too high. But is Alvinson Jolly getting back into a gain? Straight down legs a little bit this time, but Lovio just nudges this one to the mid-wicket region. and there is no run.
Keep going, moving!
Lovio Charles seems totally in control this morning. Um, it's doing well. And after 2 overs, this 3 overs, sorry, after 3 overs, the scores are 8-1 in his first over. So Lex Alvinson Jolly would have dismissed Jelani Robinson for Dock in the first over. Jelani Dock was caught by Lex Maglo in the covers of the bowling of Alvinson Jolly in just the third ball of the innings. Sorry, third ball, third legal delivery of the innings of Alvinson Jolly opened the bowling for the Colts. And Maglock gets it on target. A little bit less wind in the atmosphere, and so that might have been what contributed to the swing that we noticed in his previous over. It's the wind, the trees are not swaying by any stretch of the imagination. All the feather banners, sorry, they look still standing there. And now we're seeing a little bit of wind coming across, and we see a wonderful delivery there by Lex Maglo. Interestingly, Amiel seems to be struggling picking up the swing from Lex Maglo. Just before that, the ball was without swing, and this time around, Lex got some swing, and we're wondering if it's something that he manufactures or if it's something that we're getting from the wind there. But Amiel certainly seems to be struggling against the bowling from Lex Maglo, and we're hoping that he could get a little quick single to get Luvio on strike. Full ball this time there by Lex Maglo, and Emil Gilbert is able to negotiate this one easily as he just pushes this one to the short coverage and being fielded there by Delroy Liverpool. Delroy is a man of many hats. Early on we came in and we saw him playing the role of groundsman, and now he is in there doing his due in the outfield. Lovely shot there by Amiel Gilbert, and pushes that one, but it gets there in the slip region. We have Yawani Regis in second slip, or we can call that a third slip, or even a gully area, and Jassian is operating in the first slip. For a moment, we seen a little bit of miscommunication between the two batsmen. Lex Maglo after bowling two wonderful deliveries, and the previous one, he was struck lovely there and through point region, gully region. Yawani fielding well, and Lex Maglo just strained a little bit, and had he not knocked that the pad of Gilbert, it certainly would have been a wide. And so Easy gets this one better inside edge, and this one is going down. Will it make it to the boundary? No, it's not. And just field it there, and they will take 2 runs. Unfortunate for Lex Maglo. Nice delivery there. Just pitched up a bit, and Amiel Gilbert getting the inside edge, and it will trickle all the way down to fine leg that was fielded there by Yawani Regis. This is the end of the over, and after 4 overs, the scores are 10-1.
What you want?
Lex Maglo is none for 4, and Alvinson Jolly 1 for 6. Again, Jolly strays down the leg side, and that will be his 6 wide for the innings. So that he would have bowled a full extra over on wides. Um, seven, 7 wides for the innings so far. One from Lex Maglo. Wonderful delivery there. The Granby Credit Union Cools are all up in arms, appealing. And Yawani continues unrelentlessly. He continues unrelentlessly, but the umpire is unmoved. Let's see, is this a little bit of gamesmanship there from Kevin Alexander, sorry, the wicket keeper, and Yawani Ridge is going up to Luvio Charles there. They might have a little cheeky word or two. They are all colleagues, peers. They would have played cricket together in the secondary schools championship organized by the sports division. And they would have had a long career together as young boys. And maybe we see Yamani again going up to the area. And I'm sure the person that I know that he is probably giving him a little word or two. Some gamesmanship. So in spite of the wide deliveries, we're seeing a very tight bowling display there from Alvinson Jolly. Neither of the batsmen are able to get this one away. And just as I'm saying that, he invites Luvio Charles into the short, but he was in it just a bit too early. And we're seeing him missing that altogether. We could see the intentions. Luvio Charles was looking to get this one away to see if he could really ruffle the feathers there of Alvinson Jolly, but he was unsuccessful in his approach. And he just regroups and get this concentration levels that he required for those 50 overs if he used to bat, if he used to carry his bat. And we're seeing this individual there going on to the field, and we're sure that it be a message that he's carrying out to the batsmen, Amiel Gilbert, and we can see him speaking directly to Amiel Gilbert. And certainly this is a message that has been communicated from the coach there, Kevin James, and or Captain Kevin James. Leadership shows up. If he doesn't have to have the leadership roles assigned to him for him to do that. He's a natural born leader, and I'm sure he would have sent a message there to this batsmen to see if they could just do things as it is supposed to be done. But it's the end of the fifth over, and we're still in power play number 1, and the scores are 11 for 1. Amiel Gilbert, I'm sure maybe one of the communications is to manipulate the field. See them just playing this one square of the wicket. There's no fine leg, there's no square leg. We have a short mid wicket in Arkan Edwards, and so even if it was a little bit uppishly played, he was able to get 2 from this delivery there. It pushes his score to 4. And Lex Maglo doesn't like the fact that Amiel was able to just trickle this one. We're seeing a very heavily packed off field, and he's going to this field, but this time just vying a little bit too wide. And so we're seeing the umpire signaling the 8th wide of the innings. Lex Maglo having bowled 2 of those wides, and the other 6 being bowled by Alvinson Jolly. So the Granby Credit Union Colts definitely will have to do better for the wild deliveries and get their length spot on target. None of these 2 teams are slouches by any stretch of the imagination. Yesterday in the semi-final, the Northern Stars scored well in excess of 200 runs, 220 runs in the 50 allotted overs, batting first against the Mao Convenience Plus, Mao, yesterday, and I'm sure Luvio probably would have missed his opportunity like yesterday, and so he want to steal it this time around. But Amiel Gilbert, informed batsman, he would have top scored with 53, and so they'll be looking to really build on yesterday's start as they do their exploits in this the final of the North NCCU, sorry, the NCCU sponsor Dominican Cricket Association President's Cup. Diving stop there by Akan, very athletic Akan Edwards. No, that is not Akon, that is Sawan Lockhart. And I apologize, I've been struggling with these two guys' names for the longest while, being the sports officer in the South, while these boys were still athletes playing for the PHL secondary school. Akan Edwards and Ashwan Lockhart. But Ashwan Lockhart, he plays for the Granby Credit Union Coals, and now Akan Edwards, he plays as the opening batsman for the Kalinago Blasters. Thank you very much, the scorer there, just reminding me that this is not Akan Edwards, it's indeed Ashwan Lockhart. But before this individual, Sawan Lockhart. Ashwan Lockhart is the small younger brother to Ashwan Lockhart. Ashwan is the younger brother to Sawan. Ashwan is not playing this morning. Yesterday he would have participated in the semi-finals, but he's been replaced there by Nixon Athanas. Nixon Athanas, if you're hearing that name and is from the South, you're probably wondering, is he at all related to the West Indies Test batsman and also ODI? He plays all three formats in Alec Athanas. Nixon Athanas is indeed the brother of Alec Athanas, older brother that is. So seeing the last delivery there, swinging a little bit, making some knocking the part, but it's an inside edge, and so there was no appeal, if any, stifled appeal. If any, a stifled appeal there. And after the 6 overs, yeah. See, Alvinson Jolly is operating in Northern End for the 4th time. Yeah, so into his 4th over, seems to be better on target this time around, trying to hold the aggressive, sometimes aggressive Amiel Gilbert to keep him at bay. And Gilbert pushes this one through the gully region, fielded there by Jeremy Isaac. And there is no run. So 3 dot balls in this over. 3 dot balls in the over. And this time it drives, and Sawan is equal to the task in the point region. And again, he continues to stifle the attack from Amiel Gilbert, and we can see the aggression building from Amiel. Oh, this time he pushes at it, a loud appeal there by Kevin Alexander, but it's just a form of excitement after having seen the way that the ball bit the bat of Amiel Gilbert. Amiel Gilbert just pushing at this one as he is held on the wraps by Alvinson Jolly. This would have been the first maiden over of the innings, but instead a nice single there as Jolly she pushes the ball a little bit wider than he was bowling throughout this over, and Gilbert was able to just push this one going past his diving hands of Jolly, and a single was taken. So after 7 overs, the scores are 16 for 1. Jolly in his 4 overs, 8 for 1. After having bowled 6 wides, just 8 runs off him. So there were two runs of the bat against Alvinson Jolly. So he's 8 for 1 in his 4 overs, and Maglo is none for 8, none for 8 in his 4. In his 3 overs, sorry. Oh, this one is upper slick, just passes the diving hands of Justin Alexander there in first slips as Emil Gilbert gets an official chance in this innings. He is now on 6, Emil. He's now on 7, and so at 7 he got his first chance in the innings. Diving attempt there by Justin Alexander. He had no control of that shot there, and he survives this one. It brings Charles on strike. Looking to drive this one. Looking to drive this one, but he miscues that delivery, and it just basically bobbles off in the mid-wicket region there, and no run really played. He pushes this one there, well controlled there down the leg side, and adds 1 to his score. He moves on to 4, and seems to be better in control. It's the second time we're seeing that Lovio Charles losing concentration a bit in his stroke play, but the Colts employs a very heavily weighted offside field. Now they have just 3 on the leg side, and Lex Maglos strays down the leg side, and Emil Gilbert capitalizes, and it just pushes this one off his hip, and he will get 2 runs from the square leg region. This is the end of the 8th over, and after 8 overs, the scores are 20 for 1. So Lovio Chelsea is on 3. Emil Gilbert is on 9, and we've had some 8 wise ball so far. So this is it. Jolly, he will continue from the southern end. And Gilbert gets a short delivery, looking to punt of it, but I'm still thinking he's concerned about what is happening with this field setup in the on the off field on the outside, and so this one just plays it into the pitch, and Jolly will field it again. Slide straight down the leg side, but it just pushed it to the square leg region, and Jeremy Isaac, he would fill this one on a nice sharp throw to wicket keeper Kevin Alexander there, um, for the Granby Credit Union Colts. A nice delivery there, and Lovie Charles able to just push it to the median area. This ball was coming in, and he just used the angle to push it on the leg side, where they have such fewer fieldsmen.
Keep going, keep going.
The swing that we saw earlier on this morning, I think it has dissipated with the sunshine, a little bit brighter and drier atmosphere. But we can see clouds just shifting from the southeast and coming over the southern end, and I think that is what might have been that is what is contributing to the conditions now. Less swing, and so the batsmen a little bit more comfortable against the bowling of Maglo and Jolly. Wide-ish delivery on the offside, but Gilbert cannot capitalize on this. We're seeing so much protection in the cover region, extra cover region, point region for the Colts, and so it's the end of the over. The end of the over. The scores are 21 for 1 after 9 overs. Scoring at a rate of 2.3 runs per over, 50 overs to bat. If they were to continue at that rate, just in excess of 100 runs. And we're seeing the first bowling change. Delroy Liverpool, he will be operating from the northern end. He will be operating from the northern end. Yesterday, Delroy Liverpool, he would have scored, he'd have taken 3 wickets. Let me just confirm for you.
Keep batting, guys, keep batting.
I stand corrected. Liverpool had 2 for 18 yesterday from 5 overs. Liverpool seems to have the same effect that Maglo had when he started his spell this morning, and so the batsmen, while we have a bowling change, the batsmen still are basically under the same conditions, and so they still have not been able to get on top of the bowling, and Liverpool struggles for a second time with his run up. But you can see it certainly is a thinking cricketer there. Liverpool, top of his mark. And like his predecessor, he is adding an extra to the total. 9 extras so far, 9 from 22. Of the bat, we have 9 and 4, 13 runs off the bat. And the other 9 runs coming as wides. And so Liverpool makes the switch right away, comes over the wicket, around the wicket, sorry, and seems to have a better approach getting this ball to come into Luvio Charles. But Luvio Charles equal to the task and just pushes this one to Yawan Regis in the cover region. With Magloire, we are now seeing 4 players on the leg side. Previously, he had as few as 2 when Jansian was bowling. Now he has 4. And taking off sticks Yawan Regis. And we're seeing the first boundary shot, a little short of a delivery, and Luvio Charles gets on top of this one and pulls this one. And here we get 4 runs. First boundary of the innings. And it comes in the 10th over. Pushes the score to 26. 26 for 1. Luvio Charles. He is now on 8. And Liverpool's quick with the adjustment. He recognized the ball before, it was a little bit too short, brings it up a little bit, and a good length delivery. And we're seeing Luvio Charles equal to the task, saying the concentration is happening. Amiel Gilbert is giving a signal saying that he wants some water, and it will be a water break. Well, Amiel Gilbert is asking for water. So water break after 10. Is it 9? Still in the 10th over? It's after 10 overs. So after 10 overs, the first water break. Amiel Gilbert is signaling there for some water. The wicketkeeper is not yet in position. So if you're wondering what are the results this morning in the North London Derby, Arsenal, they would have won that match 1-0. The match just concluded.
Keep batting, keep batting.
Is that a mischance? We can see Jasion Charles laboring with his hands on his head as what seemed to be a drop catch. We're seeing Amiel Gilbert, who is one who certainly can manufacture and manipulate the field. He opens himself out there and just pushes that one through the coverage and eluding all of the fielders there, getting the gap, and he would have crossed for 2. I think it takes him into double figures. No. And we're we're seeing what seems to be another drop catch, or possibly maybe just brushing the thigh pad of Amiel Gilbert, but Kevin Alexander unable to catch that ball, and so we can only wonder what really happened out there. And Gilbert pushes as one to his tutor. He's on 12. He's on 12 and his partner is on 8. The scores are now 29.
Keep batting, fellas!
29 for 1. And we're into the 11th over. Batting this morning certainly has been a difficult one, for more reasons than one. When the Colts batsman, lovely shot there. He pulls this one high and hard, and it will go all the way. The first 6 for the innings. Lovio Charles gets underneath this one and pulls this one over the long on bungee, and a massive 6 there for Lovio Charles. For those of us who know the ground there, we can see that the Geneva ground is a very large ground, and Lovio Charles been able there to pull this one over the long on bungee for 6. And Shadow, Jeremy Isaac, he's not extracting as much turn. Lovio probably would have gone a begging on 2 occasions, but this time he collects. And Jeremy Isaac is being pulled there over the long on bungee in what was his final delivery of his over. Now, as I was saying, the batting has not been made easy for the Nagico Stars, and it's for more reasons than one. We had very miserly bowling there from Liverpool, Jolly, and Maglaw, Lex Maglaw, Alvinson Jolly, and Delroy Liverpool. And they were bowling very miserly in spite of having bowled 9 wide so far. But now, with the introduction of Isaac, we're seeing Lovio Charles being able to capitalize on his lack of spin there. But it is overcast, and that's one of the second reasons why the batting is being made as difficult as it is. And the wicket, a little bit of moisture in there. So we're seeing some heavy clouds coming over the field. We're seeing some in the southeast area and over the south, and also the southwest area. Nice delivery there by Delroy Liverpool. It's a situation of you miss, I hit, but we're seeing Amiel Gilbert, whose eyes wide open, and he's able to just push this one down the pitch for a chance, a second chance for Liverpool to bowl that delivery. Tremendous ability there by Amiel Gilbert. We've seen it over and over again, able to play the ball late. So in spite of having persons in the sleep region, he's able to look at the ball, plays it late, and to navigate himself in the gaps. But this time he was unable to take it, as Athanas was equal to the task. An easy stop for him, and again we're seeing this delivery there. Liverpool bang on target, pushes this one through the cover region, and it is being fielded there, but no run. And that's what we call bowling to your field, Liverpool. That's the first maiden of the innings. The 12 over, and the maiden there from the Delroy, Liverpool. Hands on his waist, doesn't seem to be as fit as he used to be in the past. In the past, Delroy was certainly a menace, but seems to be unfit, maybe blowing hands on his waist as he gets back to his fielding position, talking to his colleague and player there. And Courtney Ansem, maybe for some instructions, Courtney would have represented Dominica at the senior level. And I'm not sure the reason why he's not playing today. And I've just been informed that Courtney Ansem is injured. But he's playing his role to just support his teammates there. And we could see him walking around the boundary line with his nephew. And those also know the Dubic people. Dubic is a place that has manufactured sportsmen. These individuals who play cricket, certainly a wealth of cricketers coming from that area. Courtney Ansem, Jasion Alexander, Ashwan Lockhart, Sawan Lockhart, Nelson Maxim. And again we're seeing Luvio just pulling Jeremy Isaac in a very similar area. This time it goes a little bit wider than it did when it was straight over the long on boundary, and this time it's getting a 4. So you can see Jeremy Isaac looking to roll his fingers around that ball, but pushing this ball a bit. And this time he beats the bat of Luvio Charles. And this ball just went down the leg side, and thought that was, but he would get a run from it. Exactly. And the scorer says, suggesting the same thing that I just was thinking from that shot, that offer from Luvio Charles. Seemed like to have been a leg by, but instead there was a lack of signal there, so that the run will be added to Luvio Charles. Will be added to Luvio Charles. It brings Delroy into operations from the northern end. It's the end of the 12th over. And for the 12th over, at the end of the 14th over, sorry, the scores are 40 for 1. And we spoke the scores, the fall of wicket was just 2 runs. And so this pair has added a partnership of 38 runs.
Keep back in your field.
And the fall of wicket was 3.
Well play.
And so the signal brings Gilbert on strike. It brings Gilbert on strike. And Charles moves on to 20. Charles moves on to 20.
Oh, you missed some. Keep batting.
And we're now seeing Liverpool again just drifting down the leg side. It allows Amiel to freeze on, but it was pretty unsuccessful. I think get excited at the fact that there are not so many batsmen on the leg side of the field, and you're looking to capitalize on that ball that just drives down the leg side. It's in the air, and it just pushes it straight back. No man move really, and he just gets 4. So Delroy seems to be a little bit more expensive than his other batsman. Moves the score on to 46. So Gilbert gets his first boundary of the innings. He moves on to 16. 20 for again. Amiel just looking to just push this one square. We have a backward square like there. And so he's looking to just push it really square, pretty square the wicket, but he fails to make contact for a second time. And we can hear his colleague batsman and his teammates saying good offer, suggesting that the idea is good. But let's see if he can capitalize on it, or let us see if that line could be changed. And Delwise, this one is bang on target. This one is pushed back along the track, and then there's no run. We can see that little easterly wind just pushing these clouds from across over this lovely Geneva grounds. An exciting shot. Manufactures a single from this one. Amiel Gilbert pushes on to 17. It brings Charles on strike as the cupboard continue to stick over. See a little off cutter there from Delroy Liverpool, and deceived Charles just a bit. See the ball drop in there, and so you could tell that it was an attempt at a slower delivery, but he was getting bunks on this one. So let's see how well he can continue to use his wit against the attacking Luvio Charles. But Luvio Charles remains resolute, pushes this one to the gully region, and he adds 1 to his total. 21-2. 21 to Luvio. 17 to Gilbert, and the scores moves on to 49. 49 after 14 overs. Louder pill there. Louder pill there from Jeremy Isaac. We see the confidence in Justin Alexander by Justin Alexander, the captain, in Jeremy Isaac, in spite of the fact that he's been going for a wee bit. It's 14 runs from his first 2 overs. And he's given the opportunity, and we see, oh, wonderful. He's extracting some spin in that delivery there and deceives Charles Luvio Charles there, saying the ball getting some grip off the pitch with his off spins.
That's it, back. Keep batting.
In the mind of Jeremy, he'd feel like he was dealt a bad blow by the decision of the umpire there for the not-out delivery. But we do not have the benefit of the decision review, and so it is not out. But Isaac continues, and he is looking dangerously so. And this time we see him swinging. That ball is shifting down the leg side again. Luvio Charles gets excited at the opportunity and instead of looking at the ball, he's looking for a big heave of a shot, unable to make contact, and you can see him rehearsing the shot. When he times the ball, if he will get much more out of it. This time looking, just getting a little bit excited, and he was unable to capitalize on this delivery. And again, and again, getting some bite. The ball is biting off the pitch. This shot wide, but I think he's deceived by the amount of turn that was received, and so he was just left stranded there. The second maiden of the innings after going for 14 in his first 2 overs, very expensive 2 overs there by Isaac. We're now seeing him bowling the second maiden for the over. And Liverpool is out of the attack, and we're now seeing Justin Alexander, the captain, is opting to take the ball and try to lead by example. And we can see him marshalling the troops. So he's getting Shadow to be in the square leg area. Wonderful delivery there by Justin Alexander. Deceives not just the batsman, but the wicketkeeper altogether. And we're seeing the umpire signaling buys there. But a wonderful first delivery there from Justin Alexander. And we're wondering if that is signs of what is to come. Signs of what is to come. The wicket seems to be gripping well right there at the Geneva playing field. And the Granby Credit Union Colts have quite a few bowlers that need that sort of wicket, and so I'm not sure if it was prepared for that purpose. But a lot of grip there. We're seeing Jeremy Isaac operating from the southern end, and he's extracting spin. And in spite of Luvio Charles getting the upper hand on him on 2 occasions before, in his third over he was there gripping that ball, and we're now seeing Justin Alexander operating from the northern end doing just the same. And Charles continues to look and be circumspect in his ways, concentrating a bit, looking to see what it is doing. Just pushes this one there, filled there by Melvin Defoe, the tall and lanky Melvin Defoe in the slips. This one has been played on the pad, and Charles sweeps, and no umpire is signaling that there was no contact made with the ball, and so it's a leg by. Yeah, it's a leg by signal there by umpire Andy Williams, and saying the 2 more deliveries in the over. And Jassian bowls this one a bit straight and extracts so much turn that it is now being signaled wide there by umpire Williams. Ooh. More. Justin is certainly extracting some spin off that wicket, but we're seeing Miel Gilbert equal to the task. Still 1 more delivery in the innings, in the over, and Justin will go around the wicket as he bowls this ball to the left-hander. And that's a 50. Yeah, that's a 50 for. That's a 50 for the Northern Stars. Northern Stars getting the 50 in the 16th over of the innings.
There should be drinks after that.
And that is 16th over. 16.
That's it, look, that's it.
And Amiel just stands there, pays attention to the turns, and just pushes this one for the coverage, and he will get a single. It brings him on strike as this is the official scores after 16 overs, 56 for 1. Gilbert is on 19 and Charles is on 21.
Keep going, guys, keep going.
Jeremy Isaac is into his 4th over, and the clouds have been blown away with this easterly wind that we're seeing. The wind is coming from the east, and as I push these clouds away onto the western side, now we have pretty clear skies, and so basking in the glory of the sun there in Geneva, and we can hear the songs of the Lapo Cabwit. And so I'm going to promise you that this game being played here at this is in the air and is running, it will drop short, and Gilbert will just add 1 to his total. And earlier I was just talking of the songs of the Lapo Cabwit. Granby is one of the cultural villages here in Dominica, and it's home to the Sakis Lapo Cabwit, one of the longest serving Lapo Cabwits on the island. And Granby will come out, and I can guarantee you that when the crowds come out and they'll be sitting under the almond trees on the western side of the savannah, we will be experiencing or witnessing a wonderful display as they come out to support their local team. Jeremy Isaac is into his just completing, his 4th over. And Alexander will take the ball on the northern end. And now Alexander will operate. Still extracts the spin, but equal to the task is Amiel Gilbert. A little bit slight miscommunication and missed opportunity to get a single as Jassy and Paris the ball to out of reach, which would have allowed for the batsman to cross for a single. Occasionally very windy there.
Keep batting, guys. Keep batting.
Both batsmen being able to negotiate what's happening there in the middle. Widest delivery, and it has been compounded with the spins from the right arm of spinner Justin Alexander, and Charles will just allow it to go through and wait for the next delivery. And this one is just drifts down the leg side. It will be signal wide, and then the umpire Williams is just paying attention to see what's happening, and they would have run two. It adds 3 to the total. Wide delivery. It's 3 wides.
Keep batting.
And Charles will just push this one there and wait for the next delivery, and wait for the odd bad delivery, which he has been able to punch upon. And good delivery there by Alexander.
Keep batting.
It is the end of the over.
Drink. Dash. Dash.
And the umpires will signal drinks break to give us an idea. Give us an idea of the stats. Both batsmen are on 21, and the scoring at a run rate of 3.3 runs per over. We have as many as 19 extras. Alvinson Jolly, he would have bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. Lex Maglow, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. And Delroy Liverpool, he has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. And Jeremy Isaac, he would have bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. And Justin Alexander, the captain, now having bowled 2 overs, 9 runs coming off it without a wicket. And so the lone wicket for the innings is that of Alvinson Jolly, when he got Jelani Robinson out caught by Lex Maglow in the cover region for Dock. At the time, the scores were just 3 runs. And so now this partnership building there is 58 runs between these two very seasoned batsmen, young batsmen at that, Livia Charles and Amiel Gilbert, both on 21, batting for the Northern Stars. You can see Louvier Charles, first delivery. Amiel Gilbert, sorry. He just pushes this one for the cover region, extra cover region, and he will get two. Very quick between the wickets, Amiel Gilbert, and I'm sure that they're looking to move on, but not without responsibility. We saw Captain Kevin James there in the huddle with them during the drinks break and bringing some meaning, and so he adds 3 to his total so far of 2 deliveries. Gilbert, he moves on to 24, and it brings Charles on strike, Louvier strike, and the shadow Jeremy Isaac, he would have been subjected to 2 heaves from Louvier Charles, a 6 and a 4, and he will remember that Louvier has disability, but he is equal to the task and bowling very tightly there. Louvier just pushes this one in the short leg region, which pulls Lex Magler from the mid wicket region. Short mid wicket, that is to fill that ball. And he brings it up in the air, and we're seeing Regis coming around and sweep a lovely throw there from Regis. Straight over the stumps there, and we can tell of the intentions of Louvier Charles. One, this ball is a little bit short from Jeremy Isaac. He is going to pull, but this time we have a more packed leg side. Wonderful delivery there from Isaac. But this time we have a more packed leg side field. 4 players, 1 in the mid long on region, 1 in the short mid wicket, 1 in deep mid wicket, and a square leg. By signal there from the umpire Enoch Lee, and this is testament of what I was just about to say. Kevin Alexander slipping just a little bit on the wicket, losing some concentration. So Louvier Charles giving himself room and making a heave of a shot, unable to connect, and the slipping wicket keeper Kevin Alexander allowed this one to just pass, and then we had 2 runs added to it. And so not just the batsmen, not just the batters occasionally losing their concentration, but instead we're seeing the concentration being lost by the wicketkeeper Kevin Alexander. .68 for 1, and Jason Alexander. Ooh, shot. And misfield there by Liverpool. Misfield, and they will come back for 2. They will come back for 2. Not happy there, Jason Alexander. As a matter of fact, Jason Alexander was of the view that that should have not have been a single, but a misfield, and then we have 2. And we're seeing a slight acceleration of the batsmen there. The run rate is 3.62. Gilbert moves on to 26. Louvier, he moves on to 23. And we have some 21 extras. 670 for 1. 70 for 1.
Keep batting.
Grab there, this ball just moving down the leg side, and we're seeing the wicketkeeper being blinded by the batsman, and so it's just a grab as opposed to keeping his eyes and judging the trajectory of the ball. The ball is parried, and it gives a wide, wonderful cut. He rocks himself onto the back foot and pushes this ball, but the outfield is a little bit heavy. They will cross for 2, and Charles is just satisfied that 2 is enough. It leaves the batsman Amiel Gilbert there. It leaves him there on strike against Alexander. With lovely batting there from Gilbert rocks himself onto the back foot and pushes this one square of the wicket, and he got 2 runs.
Go ahead.
This time he pushes this one and allows it to just roll along the ground with this change little nick of his arm to allow that ball, prevent that ball from bubbling up, and he pushes this one to the mid-wicket region. Is that a run out? Is that a run out? Yes, it is. A little bit of miscommunication there. He would have trickled this ball to the leg slip region. Blinded, he is taking the call when it shouldn't. Luvio is unmoved and is saying no, and he was just a little bit too far down. And we're seeing this aggression from Amiel Gilbert working to his detriment. He's looking to get a quick single there, but Luvio was not interested. Certainly the single was not there, and Amiel Gilbert goes 28. The scores are 73 for 2. It brings Vince Lewis to the crease, and Amiel Gilbert unable to mirror yesterday's score from the semi-final, on which he top scored with 53. This time he's fallen short on 28. He seemed very promising out there this morning, very promising, and I'm sure that he is disappointed in spite of getting the cheers from his teammates. I'm sure that he is disappointed at the decision. Quick between wickets, but this time not quick enough to get back, and we're seeing that run out being effected there. It's the end of the 20th over, and the scores are 73 for 1. Jeremy Isaac is bowling his. Jeremy Isaac is into his 6th over. He's 1 for 20. No, none for 20 with 1 maiden. And this ball is just pushed here by Luvio Charles in the cover region, extra cover region, and he will cross a 4-2. This time he pushes this one with a little bit more venom in his bat, but Delroy Liverpool is making it look easy. Fills this one there in the point region. Finally, Kevin Alexander looks like a wicketkeeper, just nudging the bail off, but Charles is rooted in his crease. Misses the opportunity this time to pull Jeremy, but I think he's playing dangerously with the likes of Yawani, the athletic Yawani Regis in the deep mid-wicket area, and though he would be hitting with the wind, there's this delay in the upper atmosphere, and so it'll be dangerous in this long boundary, So Charles is being just cautioned there by his partner Vincent Lewis, who normally captains the squad in the absence of Kevin James. So you're seeing them communicating. It brings the end of the over, brings Jason Alexander into the attack. And that is Jasion's 4th over. Yes, is none for 14 in the previous 3. Justin Alexander invites him, but he changes his mind. This one was tossed up. This one was tossed up, and he was in the motion to pull this one, but he was patient enough, and this time not the kind of turn that he would have extracted in the previous delivery. And Vince Lewis, this time not hesitating by any stretch of the imagination, and he gets this one over the top. Long six, falling just beneath the screen, the side screen, just beneath the side screens. And this time, Lewis shows his batsmanship, pushes this one square of the wicket on the leg side, and he will cross over for a quick single. Brings Luvio Charles on strike. Luvio has not been as successful against Justin Alexander as he has been against Jeremy Isaac. Let's see what this encounter brings. He pulls this one and dissects long and mid wicket, and it will get him his fourth boundary of the innings. It's a 4 for Luvio. And that takes Luvio to 29, and a wide being signaled there by umpire Williams. Yeah. Just when we were talking about the success rate against Justin Alexander, and Luvio got a short delivery from Alexander, and he was able to pull this one between deep mid wicket and the long on fielders for 4. It's the end of the over. The score is 87 for 2. Batsmen out are Jelani Robinson. He was out caught for Dock of the bowling of Alvinson Jolly, and Amiel Gilbert, he was run out and for 29. Just a correction there. Gilbert was out. He's got 28 from the 58 deliveries faced. And now we have Luvio Charles. He's on 29, the leading scorer so far for the morning. 29 of 68 deliveries, and he is now there with the on-strike batsman, Vince Lewis. Vince Lewis has 9 from his 5 deliveries placed, pulling Jasion over the top, straight back, falling just short of the side screen for 6, and delivery before he seemed to be going for it, but he was in 2 mind and was able to defend that shot. But Vince Lewis's intentions have been made. He is operating with 9 runs from 5 deliveries faced, and he's over the top again. And this Yawani Regis seems to be on diving attempt there by Yawani Regis, and we can tell that he's disappointed that he was unable to effect that catch there. He made it look simple, but it was not as simple as we thought. And Yawani Regis athletically out there. We could have seen free Shamoy Williams, Lex Maglo, and Yawani Regis going for this one. And Vincent just pushes this one and through the slips region, and he will get a single. But Yawani Regis still continues to to lament the fact that he was unable to make that catch. Given the research chance, as small as the chances be, is a dangerous chance to give. And so Vincent Lewis survives this heave of a shot, and Jeremy Isaac probably thinking, what next? But it brings Luvio Charles. Luvio has had the upper hand against Jeremy Isaac, and it brings him on strike. And we can see the planning happening. The sweeper is being brought short. And he lazily gets this ball. No attempt at a run. And a lot of lack of concentration happening on the field. Fielders are unaware of what's happening. And what's the cause of this? Charles again, his legs wide down the leg side. The ball is on the offside. A fundamental that we don't want to teach in cricket to our youngsters. And we can see the poor shot and the results of that shot. It just trickles through the cover region. And it goes on the top, over the top. It brings Sawan, and he misses the opportunity for a run out. Miscommunication there from Luvio. It's like he's not interested in running these singles, but Vincent Lewis is pretty fast between the stumps, and I'm sure he will have to catch up with Vincent on that miscommunication. But that ball just dropped from the hands of Sawan down there in the deep, and it allowed Luvio to cross. Scores are 94 for 2. Luvio is on 31. Vincent Lewis is on 12. It's the end of the over. The run rate all the way to the first 20 overs was just 2 point something. Then it moved to 3. Now it's on 4. 4.09 is the run rate, giving us a target score 94. 94 for 2. After 23 overs, and it brings Lex Maglo back into the attack, and similar conditions because it is now overcast. The wind is blowing, and still an easterly wind, and Lex would have operated from the northern end before in his first spell, and he swung the ball a bit. Let's see if he can still get that swing that he got in the early hours of the morning, as he looks to get Vincent Lewis undone. Early trigger movements there from Vince Lewis puts him in position, though obviously driven through the covers. It was safe, but he would just get just a single because Delroy, Liverpool operating down there in the long on region, able to move across and to get this ball and have it tossed back in. And so it's just a single. But the conditions, pretty windy here at the Geneva playing field, windy and overcast. Ideal conditions for if you're a person who can swing the ball like Les Markle does, and so the captain Jason Alexander brings him back in. York in delivery this time, and Charles is equal to the task, looking to get a 50, at least a 50 in this, the final of the NCCU sponsored DCA President's Cup final taking place between these two teams. Yesterday they would have been engaged in the semi-finals, so it's a weekend of cricket for both teams, and they're looking to win, and the winner today will be declared champions of the President's Cup. Lovio moves on to 32. Lewis is on 13. 23 extras so far. The out batsmen are Jalen Robinson, who went for Doc, and he's over the top of extra cover. Long, nice four there. It takes the score to 17. And the scores are now 100 for 2. And that's the 100 for the Northern Stars. So Lovio is on 32, Luis is on 17. The out batsman, Jelani Robinson, he went for Doc. And the other one is Amiel Gilbert, who was run out on 28. Good length delivery there by Lex Maglow. Early into the shot was Vincent Lewis with the trigger movement. And nice delivery. I've not been able to assess Vincent and see how well it goes when the ball is between the leg and middle stumps. But I probably would have gotten it there. But this one, defensively, slight semblance of a rabbit there. But he's no slouch with the bat. And he has been able to score runs on many an occasion. And this morning he's looking to be among the wrong scorers. Quickly, he is to 17. He is on 17. 17 from 11 deliveries. And Athanas seems to be the one with the ball to operate from the southern end. The clouds have been blown across the field. Hmm? 24 ball already. 24 overs have been bowled. We're into just about the halfway point. This over will take us across the halfway mark of the innings. We're into the 25th over, and to bowl that will be Nixon Athanas, the brother of Alec Athanas. It's over the top, and oh! Diving stop there, but it is not enough. Yamani committing to the catch instead of stopping, knowing that it would have gotten support from Sawan, and it was just not enough. And so Luvio Charles, he welcomes Nixon Athanas to the party with a 4 of his first delivery, and so the scores move on to 104 for 2. The impact of the injured Courtney Ansem is certainly being missed there in this innings, and Luvio just pushes this one to the short mid region, and he will get a single. The scores move on to 105. It brings the prolific, hard-hitting Vincent Lewis on strike, and he has just shifted his guard to the middle stump, remarking it, and Nixon operates over the wicket. Dolly overcatch. Dolly overcatch. Just handing this one there to Delroy Liverpool. To Delroy Liverpool, planning to play a little bit soft one on Delroy Liverpool. That will never be an easier catch than that. But he has made a hash of it. Vincent Lewis survives this one. Full toss to him. But just pop this ball right into the hands of Delroy Liverpool. And Delroy will think about what just happened. And he spoke about the lack of concentration. Spoke about the lack of concentration from all and sundry. The fielder in that case being gifted an opportunity to get rid of the hard-hitting hard hitting Vincent Lewis, and Vincent Lewis prior to that just got a full toss to dismiss all over the place, and it just popped this one into the hands of Delroy Liverpool. Delroy made a mess, and now Vincent is on the back foot and pushes this one, and the long off first man will come in and just sends the ball back in as Vincent now moves on to 18, and we can see instructions going out there. Luvio Charles probably is in need of a towel and a sip of water. He's been out there from morning. And he's on 37. From 76 deliveries.
Remember! What? Okay! Remember!
So we welcome to the mics my usual colleague, Mr. Anthony Scott in Scotland. Yeah, so Scotty, welcome to the mics. What do you make of this game so far?
Well, I don't know what this score here. No, this guy's about 106 for 2.
Yeah, 106
for 2. And Luvio Charles on 47 and Vince Lewis on 18. So they have set up a good platform so far, UD. And hope they can.
Shot delivery. Treated with disdain there by Vincent Lockdog Lewis 4-6. First time we're seeing the pace attack. Previously, we've been having some medium pace from the likes of Lex Maglor and Alvinson Jolly. But we're seeing pace for the very first time. Shamoy Williams, his first delivery short and treated there with disdain, Scotty, by Vincent Lewis. It takes him to 24 quickly. And now overcompensating the Scotty, and this should be called wide.
It is a wide. Not within the legal framework and the umpire. It's an easy wide call. But Vincent Lewis is a no-nonsense batsman. He loves to hit the ball. Only thing he likes to block, and doesn't take a single turn over the strike.
Well, he has been turning over the strike this morning.
Yeah.
And he has been turning over the strike this morning and selecting the ball well. But I must tell you, Scotty, that he probably would have lost his concentration, and he gifted Delroy Liverpool a shot of a full toss, which Delroy made a hash of. And so I'm sure it might be proven costly with the intentions that we're seeing there from Vincent Lewis.
And again ruled wide by the umpire.
Yeah. Shamoy, he would have been treated with this first delivery. He was struck mightily 4-6 there from Vincent Lewis, and so Shamoy Williams. Shamoy Williams, he is afraid to bring the ball as close as he did before to Vincent Lewis, and then we're seeing 2 successive wides. But Scotty, so far we've had some 25 extras. Most of those extras, I want to comfortably say maybe at least 20 of these being wides. And then it certainly it gives add a lot to the total of 115 for 2 in this the 26 over.
Yeah, and the bowlers need to know that there's a line of demarcation outside the off stump or on the leg stump that you have to keep your ball within that range. And if you're going to be bowling wide balls, you just have to be adding pressure onto you as a bowler. So you need to actually, your line and your length needs to be more immaculate than that.
Certainly, Scotty, and these individuals, they would have struggled. Alvinson Jolly, he would have won at least 8 wides this morning. Justin Alexander would have gotten a few under his belt as well. Almost all of the bowlers, all but one, Jeremy Isaac, have been contributing to the wides column. And I think the Northern Stars, who would have scored 220 in yesterday's semi-finals, will be looking to repeat that, and they're certainly helping them, the Grand Victorian Colts, with those whites.
Yeah, well, at 116 for 2, how many overs gone so far?
25. This is the 26 over.
26
One
over.
more delivery remaining in this over.
So they actually, if they keep on going, I think they can go safely over 200 runs in that inning.
Yeah, some nice yocking delivery there from Shamoy Williams, and he would have to go back and play the ball to prevent it from knocking his stumps. It's the end of the over.
116 for 2.
Williams going for 10 in this first over. Going for 10, 116 for 2, Scotty, after 26 overs.
Well, I must say that Luis Williams finally got the ball in the right direction, right in the block hole. That's the ball he has been searching for. You can't be bowling short and wide, and I mean, your line and your length has to get better than that. Otherwise, you just be adding up to the score, and you put in more pressure on you as a bowler.
Well, the pressure certainly has mounted, and I think now I'm not sure if the panic button has been pressed by the Colts, but they would have gone over the hump. We're now coming down. We have 24 overs remaining in this innings, and this is the 50 over competition. That is the President's Cup, sponsored by the National Cooperative Credit Union, and we're seeing the spin of Nixon Athanas being depended upon, and he continues to operate from the southern end. And we're into the 27th over. Vincent Lewis is on 25. 25 from 19 deliveries. And we're seeing there are 5. Listen, too many fillers outside of the circle, and no ball being signaled there, Scotty. Tactical error there by the fielding team. It continues to contribute to the extras, and with this free hit, nothing is made of it. And Jeremy Isaac just felt this one there, as Vince Lewis was unable to dismiss Nixon Athanas.
Let's keep batting.
Athanas is going a much tighter length in this over. It's been from a very short run.
1.4 overs so far, and 8 runs off it.
That's okay.
And seeing this direct hit there from Lex Maglo, but the wicketkeeper reacts quickly and is preventing that run. And so Athanas continues to be slightly efficient, but certainly in this over, no. If not for the no ball, which was a tactical error with too many fielders outside of the circle, no run has been scored. You can hear the appeal, but this ball seemed to be gripping, but well delivered on the leg side. We could see from the movements of the wicket keeper, but the wicket keeper would have suggested that the ball was initially delivered down the leg side, but the bowler there has been getting grip, and I can tell you the spinners have been getting grip, Scotty.
Oh, beautiful shot. Straight down the ground over the bowler's head for 6.
Well, Scotty, Vincent Lewis has signaled his intention, and he's not going to be curtailed if you're not going to make your use of the opportunities. And I think this is Vincent's third 6 of the innings, possibly his third 6. You'd have had Jassy on, struck for 6 to the side screen on the northern end of the Savannah. We saw what it did with Shamoy Williams in his first delivery of his spell, pulling that one with disdain, and now another third 6 there, pulling
Well, Luis
Nixon Athanas in his
second over.
sixth and final delivery of the over the long of boundary, and so he moves on to 31.
It's 21.
Yes, 31 from 25 deliveries, Scotty.
Well, I think Luis has made his intention clear. Anything in his act, he's gonna be putting back to it. So as a bowler, you have to understand that and find a way to bring just back of the length balls to him, or just about a good length. But anytime you bowl it well up to him, he will be coming forward and hit you and strike you hard.
Certainly, this final delivery there from Nixon Athanas was in the slot, there to be hit, and it was hit. Not the widest delivery, and we're seeing Luvio seems to be informing this match, and he pushes this one and for the slip region, and he will come back and cross for 2. It takes Luvio to 41. The Luvio is on 41 and Luis is on 31. The scores are 126 for 2 after 27.1 overs.
Luvio seems to be a batsman in form. He's batting well, he's stroking his ball. He's measuring himself, he's taking his time about this thing. I don't think he's in any rush yet today.
Certainly, Luvio has faced as many as 79 deliveries. 79 deliveries for Luvio, and in his attack, he's had 4 fours and 1 6.
Oh my! Straight down to Jolly's, the foot of Jolly there, out caught. I was a bit excited by them.
Just when we were boasting, the quality attack from Luvio, we're seeing Alvinson Joel is sitting in the deep mid-wicket region, and he's just getting a catch right into his throat there. That shot, Luvio Charles shot by 9 runs of a half century. And but he certainly would have contributed well for his team, batting 80 deliveries, and in his 80 deliveries faced in 109 minutes, he struck 4 fours, 1 6, and facing 60 dot balls and scoring 41 runs. So he would have helped the plight of the Northern Stars in the final of the NCCU sponsored this year President's Cup.
Yeah, Luvio is quite a good batsman. He has a good array of shots, and he was able to come here this morning and grab himself into that 41. He took his time about it, and he's getting a round of applause from his teammates as he comes back to the pavilion.
Yeah, earlier on we would have seen Luvio probably rehearsing or missing an opportunity to stroke the ball, but you could always see that he was looking to hit the ball over mid-wicket, and the trap was set. We saw on the western end of the field, Yawan and Regis being placed there, and along with Sawan, the two of the most athletic players on the Granby Credit Union course, out there in the deep, looking for that shot from Luvio Charles. This time, it was not them. It was Alvinson Jolly sitting down there on the eastern end in the mid-wicket region, effecting that catch. And so Luvio probably would have contributed well, but regrets the choice, the shot selection.
Well, his shot selection, again, maybe he could have hit that ball on the ground instead of in the air. But every ball you have to put in the air. If you hit it on the ground, you could pierce the field and get a 4 runs. But sometimes some players looking for 6 runs, and that is where the downfall is.
If you've been paying attention to the feather banners that we have around,
and the breeze is against you there.
The breeze is against him, and so he was hitting against the breeze, and that may have contributed to do that shot. Yeah. But it brings on strike Kyron Phillip. Kyron Phillip is no slouch with the bat, and he is an all-rounder. We should be seeing him as one of the quickies for the Northern Stars. I'm not sure if he's going to be opening, but certainly he's a quickie representing a national player, that is Kyron. But he is a wonderful batsman to look at, all-rounder, and so he is there. He's brought to the crease after the bad decision there from Luvio Charles.
But Kyron is a well-built left-hander, and he comes to the crease and he can really stroke the ball. Let's see what's happening now.
Williams, after going for 10 in his first over, he has
But you want to be inside my glass.
he has recovered well, and he would have recovered well. I'm taking the wicket there of the informed batsman and the settled batsman, Luvio Charles, and in his 2 overs so far, he would have bounced back for just 2 runs and a wicket in the second over, and so after 2 overs, he's 12 runs off his 2 overs.
Yeah, he bowled a much tidier over in that second over, and he was able to restrict the batsman. As an incoming batsman was trying to feel his way into the setup, right? He's trying to feel the pace of the pitch. So that was a good time for a bowler now to maximize and capture at least bowl as many as dot balls as possible, and that was done there by Williams.
Well, yeah, Williams, I mean, we could see that when he started, that first delivery, if you're a fast bowler, you want to try to baptize the batsman by fire, and he attempted a real quick delivery, but equal to the task at the time was Vincent Luis, who is doing the same thing now like he did, like he did when he gave Delroy the gift that he made a hash of, and he's just pushing this one. The ball is a full toss, and we're saying if you hit it, you hit. Yeah. And but maybe it was a better decision because hitting against the wind and this on the eastern side of the field, it would have certainly worked to his detriment.
But that what I'm telling you, a batsman has to be conscious of the breeze and the movement of wind. So you instead of hit it up in the air, you put it down on the ground.
Yeah.
Get the gap. You can get a 4 runs. You're not looking for a big 6. You know that?
It was yet to be hit. Opted not to hit it, but got just a single. It brings Kyron Phillip on strike, and Athanas looking that this looked like the googly. It looks like the googly there from Athanas as the ball comes back into him. Is Athanas bowling leg spin? Because that looked like a leg spin delivery to me. But previously he looked like he was bowling off bricks, and so probably he's one who varies the type of spin. Let's pay attention to his arm, Scotty. Because earlier on I was saying that there are no leggies in this attack from the Granby Credit Union Colts. But we will find out if it's officially leg break that he's bowling or if it is off break. But I've certainly seen from the back of the hand and from the off break from Athanas. This one looked to me like it was an off break.
Off break, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, going from slow off spinner here from the Atlantic side at the end time. Kyron Phillip just dragging it down to long off for a single. The score moves on to 130. 130 for free here at the Geneva playing ground. So we have the cloud cover here. A steep breeze blowing across the field. So we have been on the cloud cover for a while, and the sun not really hitting us in its full glory here at Granby. So we have steep breeze coming from the Atlantic right across the field. So it's quite cool here, Yuri, this afternoon.
Well, yes, from morning, Scotty, we've been having some nice cool breeze, and I think that might contribute to the reason why the Granby Credit Union Colts opted to bowl first, because it was a little breezy atmosphere, overcast every now and then, and it allowed for swing. And then the breeze continues every now and then. That we see the heavy clouds being blown across the savannah with a constant eastern wind blowing, and it moves the clouds across. And so we can see the umpires with his clothes just breezing, flagging through the air, and we can also see it from the players as well. So it is a sign of a very breezy atmosphere, and so I think probably the fielders are enjoying that kind of atmosphere.
But, he has slashed that ball over the covers. It's going just stop inside the boundary, couple meters inside the boundary, retrieve by the first man, the batsman cross for 2.
Yes, Gotti, we're seeing Kyron Phillip looking to be aggressive there. He was just a little bit a little bit too far from the ball for that play, but because the fielders on the offside are all inside the circle, it allow him to bring that ball over the top and play it safe for 2. Now we're seeing Yawani Regis being placed into the deep sweeping region over there, almost square of the wicket, and that should be able to prevent any fours from loose deliveries or loose shots there from the left-handed batsman Kyron Phillip.
Williams coming now. No? The time is coming over the wicket. No, it's around the wicket there. Allow the pin for LBW, and he's out. He's out.
And
Leg before.
Yes, Shamai Williams, he is now getting this delivery to come back into the left-hand batsman, and we're seeing it as one of the weaknesses in our left-hand batsman in Dominica. And when we have the right hand, the right arm around the wicket, seamers coming in, bowling the ball into the left-handers, we see our batsmen struggling. Luvio Charles, it was not the same, was not true for Luvio Charles, who earlier negotiated himself with the balls coming into him, but this time we've seen Kyron Phillip is just getting onto his back foot. That ball not lifting as he was probably expecting it, deceived by the trajectory of the ball, and he struck LBW.
But then the ball, that ball was up to playing forward defensive and not going back to the ball. They will look at that length of that ball. The batsman should be coming forward, not back, and that way he was trapped, and the ball kept low, so he had nowhere to go. The ball keeping low, playing a back shot, you are more likely to get out than if you come on the front foot and play the ball.
Well, certainly, I think it is one mistake too many from Kyron Phillip. We see him playing a shot. He was a little bit aggressive in the ball before, but this time he is getting on his back foot, and ill-advised Scotty. That ball just keeping low and coming into him, and strike him straight on the back foot, and being adjudged LBW to the bowling of Shamoy Williams. So Shamoy Williams, after 2.2 overs, he is 2 for 14, and 10 of those runs would have come off his first over.
So Shamoy Williams have been well because he's really after his first bad over he bowled. He has bowled a much better spell, and he continued to attack the batsman, bowling straight at the wicket. And that is where I think he's in line to get more wickets. In that you bowl stamp to stamp, and if you miss, a hit.
Well, it brings Kevin James to the crease, batting at number 6. The scores are 132 for 4. And brings Kevin James to the take. Kevin James is a former Windward Islands middle-order batsman and all-rounder. And he could play the role of bowler, he could play the role of batsman, or he could play the role of both in any team that he is. And I'm sure Kevin, recognizing that the scores are now 132 for 4 after being 100 for 1. After being 100 for 1, fall of wicket, the first fall of wicket was on Dock. The fall of wicket was on 3 and 73 and 126. Now they're 132. So Kevin James into the crease now. He will be able to bring some form of leadership and to make some decisions that would augur well for his team. And a quick single there for Kevin. Both of these individuals very quick between the wickets, and we can expect that 2 willing batsmen who are that fast between the wickets, we can expect a flurry of singles when the shot is not there to be hit, Scotty.
Yeah, well, Kevin James is a formidable, versatile batsman, and he has just gotten off the mark here. And you could see that they need to push on the score, because the score is 133 for 4 at Geneva, and they need to push on from here, because you're looking at least 220 runs maximum to 240.
Well, yeah, yesterday they would have scored 220 runs against the team in the semi-finals, I think they played the Convenience plus Mahu at the Botanic Gardens. Yesterday they scored 220, and I'm sure Kevin James with still another 20 overs to go would look to add at least more than 100. Nice drive there by Vincent Lewis, but it would just be a single as Melvin D fulfills this one in the long off area and tosses it back into to Shamoy Williams. So after 3 overs, Shamoy is 2 for 16.
Shamoy is bowling quite a good spell because he went for 10 his first over. As you see that he has pegged back, he has come back in the last 2 overs and bowled a better line and length. And he has gotten success. And as a bowler, you have to be thinking and you have to see what are the conditions existing on the field so that you can utilize it to your best of your abilities.
Okay, but Scotty, what do you make of the support that we get when games are being played? Earlier on, I heard some people commenting about the choice of venue for the finals. But if there's one person per vehicle that we're looking at, we can see that there certainly is a crowd is building up, Scotty.
Yeah, the crowd is coming on. I mean, you in Granby and you expect by the afternoon time, the Geneva will be ablaze. I think they have a lot of music set up there. You have Sakis in the background, and I think there's quite a few vendors on selling their stuff. Would expect a good crowd here this afternoon. And Granby, as you know, they love the sport. Cricket is like a heritage sport to them, so you would expect the crowd to be here. And it's Granby Colts playing in the finals.
In the finals, certainly. I mean, for many reasons, I love this ground. Even if they may have, even if they would have lost in the semi-final, whichever teams that will be playing there today, the choice of venue for me is a good one. And there are wonderful cricket grounds there in Geneva that was recently rehabilitated, not so long ago, and now we have cricket being played there this year. And but more so the kind of support that you get, where we can see that there are stands that have been brought in. I think it was for the regional competition, and it still is there, and it allows people to come in and watch and enjoy cricket. But more so Granby, being boasting one of the Dominicans on the West Indies team, playing all three format of the games in Ali Cathanas. There's a resurgence. Granby would have won the National League maybe 2 years ago, and so there's a resurgence on this. But what I can tell you is, Scotty, is in the grassroots cricket program, not from the Granby Credit Union Colts, but from that of the sports division, we have a wealth of young players playing the sport, and Dubic continues to produce a wealth of young cricketers, and so we can see them around the ground, Scotty. They're coming to enjoy and learn or imitate from what they actually seen, and so I want to commend the Dominican Cricket Association for the choice of venue. Everybody would say, oh, if you had it in the stadium, it would be a nice venue. Maybe a nice venue for the players. But for the sport, I think the Geneva playing field is a better venue for the sport.
For the sport and cricket itself, because we need to bring more cricket to the countryside of Dominica. Cricket is in the countryside of Dominica. A lot of the games you play in Roseau is very, very poor crowd participation, and you go to the gardens and most of the time because the players are there. So I think it's in the countryside. If you go to the Carib territory, you go to Granby, you see that's how the cricket come alive in these areas. And it's good to see that the venue here, I think this venue can be developed into really a regional venue. It's enough space here to put some good infrastructure in place, and we can hold any big first class match here.
Well,
look at the amount of the acreage of land we have to deal with.
Well, I'm not particularly a proponent for concrete, but certainly it can be enhanced. We have on the eastern side. The eastern side is the football playing area, and the western side we have the cricket area. And so it's a massive venue. They're like the Benjamin Park, Scotty, where the two sports can be played easily. But I think the Benjamin Park is just slightly bigger in that it it can host, in addition to the football and full and the cricket almost happening simultaneously. There's extra space for the little young ones to go and play. But certainly
Basketball,
I
yeah,
love
basketball also in
I
Benjamin
love
Park.
I love
And
this
netball.
venue, and we can see the crowd starting to build up, Scotty.
Yeah, the crowd is coming up here as Williams coming in his fourth over. Here at Geneva, we are 137 for 4. Williams 3.1 over. He has 2 for 17. So he's on track. After has bowled 4 overs for 20 runs. To Williams again. And that's an outside edge from. Now he's out caught.
And Williams
Caught wide, almost in almost in a
Jeremy.
point position. A wide, maybe first slip or fly slip. The ball flew to him, and it's
Vincent Lewis is gone. You know, previously, what we have seen consistently from Vincent Lewis is the trigger movement. He would always take that little trigger step, getting closer to the ball when it's a little bit wide outside the off stump, when he's playing that type of shot. This time, we had not seen the trigger movement from Vincent, and so he was stretching just a little bit too much, and that ball is getting off the bottom edge, and we're seeing Shadow, Jeremy Isaac, taking that catch there of the bowling of Shamoy Williams, and Shamoy has been the hero for the Granby Credit Union Colts, taking his third wicket there as he dismisses Vincent Lewis for 35. Vincent Lewis, he would have faced some 34 deliveries, scoring 45 runs. He was like a menace, and during that he would have hit 1-4 and 3 sixes in his innings, Scotty, and we could see him slowly making his way back to the pavilion.
Quite dejected making his way back to the pavilion. He's like, you don't want to leave the field.
Yeah, no. Does this wicket brings the Granby Credit Union Colts back into the game? I think for some time we saw the Northern Stars looking to really take command of that game, and Vince Lewis is now gone. Kevin James is
Gary Daniels has replaced Luis Daniels. Diminutive player. I mean, he looks just like almost like look like a schoolboy to me. I don't know.
no Gary Daniel and Kevin James would have played cricket.
At the same time.
Kevin may have been senior to Gary Daniel, but if I know this player as well, he's no spring chicken really.
Okay, so Gary Daniel to take strike from Williams. We have a widespread field here. No slip really. Down the leg side, he just lands the ball away. It's going down towards the long leg, and they come back for 2. Let's see what is that. It look like 2 runs there, so Gary Daniel is up the mark. Getting a little fin tickle as he just turn the ball up the front pad, UD. And the batsman is scamper for 2 runs.
Well, yes, what we've seen for the entire morning really is the Granby Credit Union Colts just pushing the ball down the leg side a little bit too much, and this time the ball was down the leg side, and the batsman there, Gary Daniel, was able to just tickle this one down to final leg to get 2 runs.
And then it's driving past the man and still it off for a single. The man had long of cutting it off and fires in the return back to the wicketkeeper. It was an easy single run. It was that time. Daniel not looking like he wants like a player that is in a busy mood this afternoon.
Yes, we can tell that this batsman looking to get some runs added to the total, and we can hear the troops of Vince Lewis as he laments his choice of shot, and his dismal shot, very all the way to out, and Kevin just pushes this one there to the long off region, and he will cross for a single. It brings Gary Daniel on strike, and Gary is similarly the more aggressive of the two, based on what we would have seen in his 2 deliveries faced so far.
Yeah, I think Gary Daniel is quite a busy player, and he's going to get runs on the board. He's now on, he's on 4, on 3?
3 from 2.
And Kevin on 4. All the time he's hit it hard and high. Where's going? 6 runs here. I tell you, Daniel don't look like he's not in no mood. He's in a mood to get runs, Judy. Comes in the bat and hides that ball over the widest mid-wicket area for 6.
But Scotty, when you are given a gift like that, you're supposed to embrace it. And Gary Daniel certainly embraced that gift there from Shamoy Williams in his final delivery of the over. Shamoy Williams is now being pushed. He hit a mighty 6 there from Gary Daniel. Gary Daniel just taking this full toss there, Scotty, and making good out of it. 6 runs for Gary Daniel.
Well, Daniel is in a no-nonsense mood this afternoon, and we are again, the field is bathed in sunshine, and it's beautiful today there at Geneva. The crowd is building up to our east, to the right of me, and I think we're in for quite an interesting run chase I can see this afternoon.
Yes, Scotty, the scores are now 147 for 5 in 32 overs. 18 overs remaining, and the run rate is they're scoring at 4.59. And Kevin just pushes, gets wide, and he pushes this one, and certainly they'll come back for a second. Gary is really testing Kevin for that second. Kevin was slow to react on that shot. I mean, the call was Kevin's, and it was certainly a misfield that caused him to start running. And so Gary would have had that head start, and he really pushed Kevin, and Kevin getting there safely. But it seems that the wicket keeper is hit with the ball coming in, with the toss coming to the wicket keeper, recognizing that the danger end really was at the wicket keeper's end, where Kevin was getting back to. And just been struck there with the ball on his shoulders, and Kevin is back safely. So the scores move on to 149 for 5. Kevin is on 6.
I think Kevin was kind of
6 from 8 deliveries, and Gary Daniel is on 9. 9 from his 3 deliveries faced so far.
Kevin is a bit very slow. I think I don't know if his fitness level is as it was before, but he looked very, very lethargic in terms of moving.
Well, I certainly beg to differ if you can. If you recognize Kevin during the earlier days when he had Vincent Lewis, when he was batting Vincent Lewis, he was a quickie between the wickets, and we could see him actually recovering well for that second, taking that second from Kevin, because Kevin would have moved late because the ball was a misfield. So he would have waited while Gary Daniel had the head start, and Kevin is now just giving his space, and instead of trying to play that ball on the leg side region where he has five of the fielders to face, he's looking to just push the ball and find the gap on the offside. As he is a very strong offside player, Kevin James.
After again a widespread field, and at the time James just stroke it along the ground for a single. 150 here for 5. It's 150 for 5. And this is in the what over? What's the over number?
We're in the 33rd over. It's 42.3 overs bowled so far. The scores are 150 for 5, 26 extras. The bowlers out, the batsmen out so far. Jelani Robinson for Dock, Luvio Charles for 41, Amiel Gilbert for 28, Vincent Lewis for 35. And now Kyron Phillip is also out for 4, and Kevin James is not out on 7, and now Gary Daniel is not out on 9.
Yeah, Daniel just camp or single as he plays the ball on the outside. The legs, it was what? It was the leg side for a single.
Tremendous job there being done by our official scorer Elijah Tula. He's a man who wears many hats, very talented young man, played cricket and football at the national level for the youth and youth teams, and this is now into scoring and takes it very seriously. He is one of the official scorers when we have international matches at the stadium, probably the official scorer of DCA. And we've seen another misfield there in the dip by Alvinson Jolly, and allow Kevin to get another single, takes him to 8. Takes him to 8, and the score is 152.
152 for 5. Nixon again, and that time Gary is well behind it. Beating him full face of the bat when the ball on the bat. It has been to the end of the over, and we'll see whether we would have a bowling change, but it's I think it's Afternoons just completed 5 overs, no middles, 25 runs, 0 wickets. So we are back to
Shamoy Williams.
Williams again, or we have a bowling change?
Well, for me, if you were to do a bowling change at the moment, certainly it would have been ill-advised, because Shamoy Williams has been the wicket taker for the Jambi Credit Union, because although he would have gone for 27 runs from his 4 overs, his final over and his first over were the expensive overs. In between the second and third overs, they were very well bowled, and he would have taken 3 wickets in the process. And so I'm sure that he will continue to operate from the northern end. And certainly he is. Kevin James is on strike. The non-striker Gary Daniel, as Shambai Julius goes around the wicket. Kevin is just looking there, Scotty, to just allow the ball to continue the trajectory and to just parry it down the leg side, looking to get Gary Daniel, the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen, on strike. And Kevin releases the shot, and I'm sure that he'll be looking to capitalize on any loose delivery.
James has just played the ball in short covers and scamper home for a single. Turn over the strike. That is why we cannot be having too many dot balls on you. As when you have a batting unit, that you think of turn over the strike and get your 1s and your 2s. So it's 153 for 5.
Yes, Kevin has faced 13 deliveries so far, and from these 13 deliveries in his 21 minutes, he has had only 5 dot balls. And so Kevin continues to tickle, and is 9 from his 13 deliveries faced.
Williams attempt to Gary, then they turn the ball to leg side.
That's it, guys. That's it.
Camp for a single, the ball went to square leg. The run is on. Daniel looked like he's in the mood to get runs on the board quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like the kind of cricket that was played earlier on during the early overs of the innings. For a very long time, the run rate was just over 2 runs, and then it trickled to 3, and now we're seeing it at 4.6. And so I'm happy that these players could get the singles coming in, and in the process, mounting the runs up. The run rate 4.60. Scores 155 for 5 from the 33.4 overs bowled so far. Shamoy Williams, 4.4 overs, no meetings, 3 for 30. And Nixon Athanas, who was the last bowler from the southern end, has none for 25 in his 5 overs faced.
Kevin put me wrong there. That time he back up quickly and can get a single. Even when Daniel was sleeping on his bat on the other end.
No, that was nothing. Kevin was just quick. The call was there. It was Kevin's call, and Kevin took the shot, and he was there, so he was there quickly. Now Kevin is on strike. The score's 156 for 5. Kevin is on 10. Gary Daniel on 12, and as the calls continue to climb. Kevin pushes this one into the covers. Jasion getting a little bit more acute. Cutting off the angle where Kevin would have taken 2 singles before, and this time he feels it well. It's the end of the over, 156 for 5, and still some 16 overs remaining. Scotty is at 4 runs per over. Wow, what kind of scores do you give?
Looking at 250, I mean, they in line to score 250 runs. Because we come down to the last set of overs there where batsmen were looking for runs and they have 5 wickets in hand. So it's a possibility.
Well, there's no need for big shots, if you ask me. When you get the bad deliveries, we've seen that the likes of Gary Daniel is able to put them away. I mean, no Kevin is no slouch with the bat. Would have been a prolific batsman representing Dominica and the Windward Islands during the heyday of his career. And so these individuals, they are proven that they're able to take the quick singles. It's a very big, wide outfield there, Scotty. And so these players, I'm not expecting rash decisions from these two. And if they can just continue how they are doing, I'm certainly sure that the 250 that you're talking about is not a target that is very hard to get.
Daniel got a short ball. He just punts between mid wicket and the man at whitish mid on, and he just got a single. They didn't give him much power in that shot, Judy. Well, I don't know whether the outfield long there is a bit slower, but the ball to me didn't really have enough legs to run to the boundary.
Well, the trajectory of the ball probably contribute to that, and the speed of the ball from the bat. I wish we had the technology to actually see it, but there was not a wide speed of the bat, and so as a result, we're saying it's just one. Kevin just pushes this ball there to the point region, Scotty, and is unable to get a single as Delroy Liverpool cuts it up very quickly to prevent that single. Earlier on we spoke about, we were discussing Athena's bowling style.
More off breaks.
But this one was the leg. This one was the leg, and so that ball came into Kevin in a rush as he was making space to hit it, and he would be hitting it against his speed. But Kevin's experience told him otherwise. And this time you see he's coming forward as opposed to opening out and trying to negotiate the deliveries that vary from Nixon. Now the thing about Nixon in his unorthodox style is that he's not looking to get in his variation a googly. Instead, if he wants to get the ball in the opposite direction, he bowls the leg break as compared to his regular off break. And so sometimes if you are not picking it up from looking at the delivery of his hand, then those things happen to you. But I'm sure Kevin, he would be able to negotiate that, and from the choice of balls, this one is just a yorking length to Kevin, and Kevin is just patient with it, and he would just welcome the dot delivery this time. So the scores remain on 157 for 5 at the end of the 35th over. 15 overs remaining, Scotty, in the contest of the NCCU this year, NCCU sponsored this year President's Cup.
Well, Athena's going a much tighter over that time in that sixth over basically.
Yeah, just one run
over.
Came in that over.
Yeah, and was it prior to that it was 5 for 25, so 6 overs for 26 runs, and Nixon Athena's I think is homing in on his craft and his very nice flight, and he's bowling quite a good line and length, and the batsman, as you say, he's giving them non-time, he give you off break, he give you leg, then he have the straight ball, so he can have your mind in topsy-turvy as a batsman.
Shima Williams would have bowled 5 overs in his opening spell, and we're seeing Jason Alexander opting to go for what seems to be Lex Maglo for Lex's third spell of the morning. Lex Maglo would have bowled 5 overs and none for 18 this morning, and so he's back for a third time. And let's see if because the batsmen Gary Daniel and Kevin James are getting pretty comfortable with the attack from Williams and Athenas. And so and so Maglo replaces Williams, and it doesn't look like Maglo is going to be bowling his regular medium pace, but instead he's using the off break.
Maglo bowling a short run, and we just change quicker balls. Now then bowling some off cutters, and let's see what's happened.
Lex is verse. If Lex is gonna bowl for you off break, he's gonna be a legitimate off break bowler. And then earlier on, as he usually does, he was bowling the medium pace and is extracting swing like crazy in the conditions here at the
Geneva
playing field.
Yeah, well, Lex Maglo is a veteran in his own right. He has been in this cricket business for quite a while. He can be a very good batsman also, UD. I've seen him score a raging 50 at Windsor Park. He's a boy that can hit the ball also.
Yes, he's one of the talented all-rounders in Dominica cricket construct. We're just hoping that the structure at the Granby Credit Union course can continue. I'm saying that we've lost their usual course. Oh, lovely work there. Lovely work there by that first one. Is that Yawan Regis? No, it's not. But very athletic display there from Jason Alexander. Just picking up the ball on the dive and tossing it on the dive as well, trying to effect the run out. But Gary Daniel is safely home. Wonderful cricket there. I mean, it's a gutsy single by every stretch of the imagination, because there are a few athletic individuals on the Granby Credit Union course. Jason Alexander being one of them. And we thought we would have lost Jason's cricket after that nasty accident in which he almost lost his leg. But thanks to the services that were rendered at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, I think, I'm not sure who the surgeon was. Well, it may have been Dr. Julian, I'm not sure. But he was well pieced back together.
Boldman.
And he is back in there. But we're seeing this delivery there. And Lex Maglo bowling the wicket there of Gary Daniel with his off break. And so Gary Daniel goes for 11. For 14, sorry. Thank you very much. You're just being there reminded by the scorer. He goes for 14. He was bowled by Lex Maglo. He would have faced 11 deliveries for his 14 and spent 20 minutes at the Chris Scotty.
Yeah, well, Gary Daniel, he came in and trying to push the score along and impact, trying to get quick runs on the board. But Maglo, that time, I will tell you, Maglo have the ability to bowl quite straight. That one, he played all over a straight ball and loses off stamp in the process. So the incoming batsman, it would be Delani Alexander.
Yes, Delani Alexander. He would have been among the scorers yesterday. He scored 23 in his team's 220 when they defeated the Convenience Plus Mawo team at the semi-finals played in the Botanic Gardens, Scotty. And so if he can depend on his performance and replicate it, at least replicate it, it should take their scores to at least 100 and 180. And so still looking to have a good score there from the Nagico Stars. And they are now 159 for 6 from 35.4 overs.
So Northern Stars have been pegged back a little bit there at 159 for 6. And they have 35.4 overs. They have about 14.2 overs to go. Let's see whether they can maximize that score to reach at least over 200 runs. They need to get over 200 runs to get a really competitive score for the Granby Colts here.
Well, Dylan Alexander, as you said, he is no slouch in the bat. He can bat. He's going to have to prove himself, though, against the likes of Lex Maglo and Alvin St. Jolie and Jason Alexander. Really good bowlers in their own rights. And so he's going to have to prove himself out there. Lex is patient and just waiting for Alexander to be ready. Ball drifting just a little bit down the leg side, and it's easy pickings for Alexander.
That time the ball is straight outside the off stamping, the batsman didn't have to play. So shadow and watch that ball pass. That's the end of the over. So Lex McGraw has bowled 1 over.
No.
And he has
Lex McGraw has bowled 6 overs.
That new spell.
1 for 20. 6 overs,
6 overs,
no maidens, 1 for 20.
Yeah. So in this new spell there, he has come in basically what, a maiden over? But he get well run on that ball, on that over.
That's not a maiden. It wasn't a maiden score. Lex McGraw would have bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20.
We were singling that was this over. To continue from the Atlantic end. Nick Snaff on us again. He has both 6 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. Afternoons have not been successful so far, Yuri, in his spell, but he has been keeping the one end tight. As Kevin James are just turning down to short mid wicket for a single. James is on 11.
Kevin took a single.
Yeah, he took a single.
Kevin just took a single there. And brings out. No, but you have Kevin and strike there.
That didn't.
Why not party? Get some part on you, please.
And we're seeing another single day from Delaney Alexander. The scores are now 161. 161 for 6 in the 37th over. Still 13.4 overs to be bowled. The run rate dropping just a little bit, Scotty, since Gary Daniel and Kevin James were at the crease. It was 4.61, now it is 4.43 runs per over. Still looking to score close to 250.
Again. As we write his run is marked again. Comes in out the bowl. Driving the ball straight down the lines, going out towards the boundary. Face man down at long of diving away to save the day and restricted the batsman to 2 runs. So James driving along the ground between the man at long off and the man in the covers, but he was able to come wrong to save the day. Time again, he's driving again through the gap. That time that's inching towards the boundary. That arrive at the boundary. Oh my God! I'm telling you, this is something that outfielder is throwing down the ball, and it's inches away from the boundary rope. Beauty.
Yes, well, although the grass was cut this morning, Scotty, we're staying on the eastern side. A little bit of heaviness there as the ball is slowed there. Nice drive there from Kevin James. 2 drives in succession for the covers, and this time he's getting 3 runs in the second drive. But it's good to let you know, Scotty, that the league sponsor really is NCCU. We're going to have some other sponsors like Bullseye Pharmacy sponsoring the streaming, and the Oyo Constructions, another one of the sponsors that are actually sponsoring the streaming. And then we have Tires Unlimited sponsoring the commentaries this day. So you know, there's a lot of corporate citizens coming on board to make this possible, to bring the happenings to the public that cannot be there with the live streaming on Vibian TV. And So we are sponsors sponsoring the streaming again, Bullseye Pharmacy and OU Constructions, and we have Tires Unlimited sponsoring the commentaries.
Yeah, good to see
And
that.
the league sponsor NCCU, so we can see the decking of the area with the NCC feather banners and other paraphernalia.
I must congratulate the National Cooperative Credit Union for putting sponsorship money, serious money in cricket. And as you see, you have a number of other corporate sponsors that make this thing happen. Because without sponsors, the development of the game can't really continue.
Yeah. So we say thank you to the corporate sponsors for sponsoring this finals here at the lovely Geneva crowd, and we continue to see the crowd building, fans from all over. Walking in the area there is the phenomenal Augustine Beno Pascal, former member of the Dominican Cricket Association, enthusiast and father of Dominicans.
Yes.
First and only West Indies captain in Stephen Pascal. And so we say good day to Beno Pascal as we welcome him to the area. But Beno recently celebrated, I think, his 43rd birthday. I'm not sure. I saw his birthday celebration. I'm not sure of the number, but I'm not sure of the number, but it looked like 46, between 43 and 46.
They still under 15.
Yeah, but let's just concentrate back on the action. Back on the action. The Lex is in the attack, and on the other end is Delaney Alexander. Just pushes this one back to Lex, and the scores remain at 167. 167 for 6 in the 38th over, Scotty.
Yeah, and it's McLaw again. Kevin Gibbs, Alexander driving, covers and just shot in for a single. The McLaw is going to a field of like 4 or 5 on the outside and 4 on the onside. Nowhere, everybody a bit away from the bat. No slip, UD. So it's a very defensive field there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to stop the milking of the runs. It's a big savannah, albeit, and so if you have your third man cutting off that single for runs that will be coming from the slip cordon, then you can use the other fielders in those areas. Kevin is driving obviously through the covers, and he will find a gap, but not very close to the short. It will tickle, and we're seeing the player Sawan Lockhart in the extra cover region just coming and fill the ball, as he will just get a single from that delivery. These batters, both of them, they're comfortable with the singles, as they both can run between the wickets, and Kevin has the confidence in Alexander to be able to bat out there, even if he's batting at number 8. And so he's showing his prowess. He's coming forward, pushing this ball to the short mid-off region, and it is fielded there by what looks to me to be Melvin Defoe. But none of the batsmen there are perturbed by the fact that we only have 12 overs remaining. That is 12 overs is a lot of overs, and it goes over the top and it brings in Sawan in the mid-wicket region. Just get one. Kevin crosses over for a single, and Blade Delaney Alexander, he will maintain strike. He's on 4. Kevin is on 18. The score is 170 for 6 at the end of the 40th over.
Well, I think these two batsmen are trying to play themselves in. To me, they're not looking like they're in no rush to get runs on the board. UD look like the bats, Alexander and James, just making the ball in. Maybe they get a loose ball, they got it. But they looking to bat as much overs as possible. That maybe might be the intention there for Mr. Kevin James.
Well, yes, I think Kevin is looking to get his team to bat the full contingent of
50 overs.
allotment of 50 overs, and so they're not looking, although they may want to score, accelerate the scoring to reach that 250 target that they are hoping for, but currently they should be getting 240 by based on the run rate so far.
Yeah.
Based on the run rate so far, so they're looking to do what is to be done as they bat as many overs as possible. Still to bat Curville Murray and Joseph, Tyrone Joseph, both of which could really hold the end with the bat. And so, but these two, if they are to really achieve that score of 250 that they're looking for, Scotty, these two batters, Kevin James and Delaney Alexander, they must stay in the wicket.
Well, I say they have to stay in the wicket, but they have to also get runs on the board. Okay, occupy the crease, and if you're not getting runs on the board, you might fall short.
But
you need to pace right coming down to the end of the inning, and your run rate there is 4.47 per over. How many overs do you have remaining?
We have 12 overs remaining.
12 plus 48. 48. If you had on that boot extra, you're talking about
220, 230.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to step up the game and get to the 250 mark that we're looking for. But as I tell
They
you,
certainly would have to accelerate the scoring, Scotty, and
Yeah.
I think Kevin will look to accelerate the scoring if he's there towards in the depth of the innings. But Kevin is just ensuring that he is there, and what he's doing, he's actually rotating the strike. Kevin is on 18. He's on 18, but has faced just 27 deliveries, so 67%. But not at 67 strike rate is Kevin James. So he's doing what needs to be done, and is rotating the strike and doing what needs to be done. So his team, he can be there towards the back end of maybe the last 5 overs, where he can now start going over the top. And if they want to start going over the top, then it forces the Colts to now bring guys in the deep. And then with guys in the deep, because of the size of the playing field, then we get Kevin and them to maybe get 2s as opposed to 1s when they will try to get the gap. And so if they were to plan, I'm sure Kevin James has the expertise to really plan the innings in such a way that they could get a respectable total, probably even better than yesterday's 220.
well, they are set the cost. They're on course to get a total, but they have to keep their wickets. If they lose. Another thing, if you lose the wickets rapidly, then you have a problem to get to that total you're talking about. Because at 170 for 6, if you lose 2 quick wickets there, you know, bring basically your bowlers that most of them not really great batters. So you have to play that game there in a sensible manner and try and work the game around, so you can occupy the crease, get your runs in a timely manner, and trying to get to that total of at least 220 to 230.
Yes, Scott, just to give our listeners an idea of the bowling stats, the wicket takers so far are Shamoy Williams. He has 3 for 31 from the 5 overs bowled. We also have Lex Maglow, 1 for 23 from the 7 overs bowled, and the miserly bowling Alvin St. Jolly, he had 1 for 9 from 5 overs bowled. And so I'm sure that the captain, Justin Alexander, will be looking to get Alvin St. Jolly back in the attack to see if they could restrict the run rate further. But Kevin James certainly will be looking to stay there to continue contributing to the scores, and in the depth, maybe the last 5 overs look to go over the top to accelerate the scoring. But if you're also interested in the batters so far we have Luvio Charles with a top score of 41. He faced 80 balls, batted for 109 minutes with 4 fours and a 6. We then had Vincent Lewis. He scored 35 from 34 deliveries in 50 minutes with 1 4 and 3 6s. Then we had Amiel Gilbert, he scored 28 from 58 deliveries, batted 74 minutes, and had 1-4 in that. The other batters that have contributed significantly is the not-out batsman Kevin James. He's on 18 from 27, having batted 43 minutes so far. He has not had a boundary, and we have Gary Daniel. He was bowled by Lex Maglo for 14 from 11 deliveries, Scotty. And that takes us back to the action in the outfield, Scotty, because drinks break number two has just ended, and we're seeing the fielders taking their positions and the umpires taking their positions to bowl the 12 remaining overs in the innings of the Nagico Northern Stars.
Well, as if here we are, the finals of the President.
We're just being informed there by one of the officials of the matches that there may be a cut-off time employed, and so it certainly will be signaled. It certainly will be signaled. The time now is 8 minutes past 1. 8 minutes past 1. So we're not sure for that decision, but certainly it will be communicated. And when it will be communicated, we will inform you, our followers, on Vibrant TV.
Yeah, it was.
And on Facebook and YouTube.
Back at Geneva, they are resumed. Oh my! Straight after the break, Alexander hitting that ball straight to the man, straight down the foot of the face band down at, it may be a deep pitch fine leg position of the bowling of McLaugh. So a breakthrough here instantly after the break.
Yes, Scotty. Now earlier on, Vince Lewis gave Delroy Liverpool a gift. He's standing in the same position as square leg, this time just a little bit deeper, and Delaney Alexander is chancing himself, and he's now sweeping this ball, and with all the venom that it came with, that ball had foraging all over it, but it was straight in the hands of Lex Maglo. He's not making a mess out of this time. I think of Delroy Liverpool, sorry. I think Delroy Liverpool is taking his earlier mess and sending a message to the batters from the Northern Stars and saying, you know what, if you're going to chance me, it's going to be to your detriment, because this time he made it look so simple. It was rushing to him with some venom of the bat of Delaney Alexander, and he's effecting that catch there to have Alexander dismissed. Alexander going for just 4 runs from 9 balls faced, and he batted for some 12 minutes, Scotty.
Yeah, Alexander is walking up the field like almost snail pace, tortoise pace here, pace. I wonder what he's thinking. He like somebody's bad space up there, they would come off the field. If you get out, you don't make a big haste so that the incoming batter can come in and replace you. So he's very dejected and disappointed that he played that shot. Yeah. And usually after a break, you always have a lapse in your concentration, and wickets always fall after the break.
Well, if you're a batter, if you're playing the game, we have to learn to stay focused on what is actually happening out there. And he may have missed the opportunity to help carry his team to that anticipated score of 250 that they're looking for. But it brings to the Chris Tyron Joseph, and Kevin James is gonna have to take more of the strike as of now, Scotty.
Yeah, Kevin James needs to really farm the strike and get as much balls as possible and score as much runs as possible. Because they almost run out of partners here. And this camper for a single here, Tyron Joseph. the incoming batter, and he.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we just seen a wide delivery there, and as I told you, Kevin is going to have to take as much of the strike as possible, and he was so quick to the strikers end, and we're seeing Tyron Joseph slipping on his bat a little bit, and that mess that was happening just on the leg side in the leg slip area allowed Tyron to get across to the non-strikers end for Kevin to get most of the strike from the overs that are remaining in the innings.
After that time, is he employing a slip or his spread his face made wrong? 4 on the offside. I can see one man along off a cover, an extra cover, a square leg, and a short mid wicket, mid off.
Athanas is just shifting his fielders around to have them in very specific areas as they bowl to the plan of Kevin. But Kevin usually looks to go through the cover region and on the offside. And we've seen him pushing this one, and Delroy is at point just filling this one there nicely. Kevin is going to be looking for the opportunities, and I'm telling you, Scotty, I'm sure he's going to be looking to get twos as opposed to just singles.
Yeah, we have a lot of gaps in this field there. And I need to place the ball properly in forward. That time go over the top. It's going again over the covers. Again slowing down to the boundary. The Fizman Jolly rifles the return to the wicketkeeper. The batsman cross for 2. And Maxim, sorry. Oh, Jolly's off the field. Maxim retrieving that ball there, Yudi.
Yes, Nelson Maxim, tall and lanky guy from the Dubic area, and plays so many different sports: volleyball, football, cricket, basketball, and another wide delivery there from Athanas. Scores are 175 for 7, 29 extras from that 175, Scotty. I'm sure that the Coles would regret so many extras. Kevin is driving this one through the covers, eluding the diving arms of Jason Alexander, and he comes back for a second. And remember I told you Kevin is going to be looking to get through the gap and looking to get twos as opposed to singles, and it's a second opportunity. They did 2 deliveries before he just hoists this over the cover region and just guaranteed himself the 2 as opposed to trying to hit it along the ground with venom and getting it close to the batsman for him to be able to get just 1. And so Kevin is very measured. He moves on to 22, and the scores move on to 177.
Then James just
And the
making
fifth ball, just taking the single there, and I would hope that the number 4, Tyron Joseph, will be able to survive the final delivery in the over of Nixon Athanas, and to guarantee Kevin an opportunity for whoever operates from the northern end. And I suspect it will be Lex Maglo operating from the northern end. So 178 for 7. Kevin is on 23. We're in the 39th over. 38.5 have been bowled. 11.1 remaining. Scoring at a run rate of 4.58.
Yeah.
Joseph patiently gets forward and is taking the dot delivery to allow Kevin to be on strike in the next over, at the start of the next over.
Tyron Joseph doing the right thing, just blocking that ball off, and so that the Kevin can get the brunt of the attack from the other end. But as you said, there's 178 for 7. How many overs you bowled up? 40.
39
overs
so far, 11 remaining.
In the 40th over now, and there's this now. James has to start to maybe go on the attack, I think. Try and get as much points as possible. Judy. Or is it too late?
I'm not sure what is the over it, but for me, it's looking like the over it is a little bit slow. Scotty.
It's 4.5.
No, I'm not talking about the run
Not
rate.
the
I'm
run
talking
rate.
about the over it.
But the over it is, I think it's quite slow. It's looking for a cut-off point, you see.
A lot of dialoguing happening in the outfield and a lot of field placements
Placing, yeah.
trying to restrict Kevin James and
Consuming too much time.
yeah. Kevin pushes hard at this one and he welcomes the single, and maybe we're looking to get Tyron to get another single as quickly as possible to get back Kevin on strike as he looks to do the bulk of the story at that time. He's on 24, possibly the fourth highest scorer so far. We had 41 from Luvio Charles. We had 35 from Vince Lewis, 28 from Amiel Gilbert, and now Kevin is inching closer on 24. 24 from his 32 deliveries faced, still batting at 75%. It goes over the top and it's 4 runs for Tyron.
Four runs. Tyron just lean into that one you did and with the breeze. You see how that ball go with the breeze?
Now earlier when Kevin was batting on strike, we had Shamoy Williams in the deep. Now it is Tyron, and we see that same long off player is now playing short, and so that allowed him to just lift that ball above, and it's very smart batting. If it was something as measured as we hoped for it to be, but it's very smart batting, and he now it gets a single. Will they come back for the second? Kevin is not all that willing, but yes, they're gonna hustle it out, and Kevin will come back for 2, and maybe he's confident that
Tyron can hold his own.
Tyron can hold his own.
Tyron
So
yeah.
3 balls in the over, and Tyron facing 2 of those so far and scoring 6 runs from those 3 deliveries so far. So the score is 185 for 7. Kevin is on 24. Tyron is on 6. Lex Maglo operates from the northern end. He pushes this one, not looking to get as much bounce as possible. Similar delivery to what probably would have gotten Kyron Phillip out LBW, albeit it's different bowling style. But left-handed batsman pushing that ball into him, not getting so much bounce and hoping to effect an LBW there from Lex Maglo. Will he repeat it? He bowls the Yorker delivery, ball striking him outside the line, and he is judged not out by the umpire, Andy Williams.
Yeah, that time Maglo almost in the block hole, but maybe a little bit outside the off stamp. The batsman played all over it. Up on the pad, but he's stuck outside the off stamp, not out.
Final delivery from Lex Maglo in that over. Will Tyron Joseph survive it to get Kevin on strike?
Be smart, Ty. Be smart.
Tyron is just trying to get a little bit composed, stopping the bowler in his run, and now he's waiting again.
Big boy.
And he survives it.
Tyron.
And he survives it. Kevin will be on strike in the next over. 185 for 7 at the end of the 40th over. 10 overs remaining officially from the 50 over allotment. If there are no changes to the number of overs. Partnership of 15 from this pair, and of this 15, Tyron Joseph has 6 runs so far. Kevin is on 24, Tyron is on 6. End of the 40th over, and Jasion Alexander, he will bowl his 5th over, operating from the southern end.
Still quite a few overs to go here. The last 10 overs, there's a possibility of a cut-off time, Amudi, because they're looking at the run rate, the bowling rate basically has been quite slow, and it might have implication for the total at the end of this inning. Just soon as Alexander introduced himself from the Atlantic end, and that time is ripping past the wicketkeeper's glove, is coming down towards the foot. Man Bongrey was caught up there by the first man. Right for the return, and the batsman crossed for two. It's two byes.
We've seen the wicketkeeper, Kevin Alexander, losing concentration at different points in the game, and this time not sure what happened there, but the byes are being bowled. I think we've had some byes so far in this innings.
So we have Alexander again doing some adjustment to the field, bringing the man number 88 a bit in the slip area. So he has 5 on the outside, 4 on the on. That time Tyron Joseph has come forward and hit the ball in the covers. It's camper for a single. The score moves on to a 188 for 7.
Scott, it seems that Kevin has moved away from taking the strike. I think he's confident in the competencies of Tyron Joseph, and so he's taking that quick single there in just the second ball of the over.
Yeah, because he has to have some level of confidence in the striker at the crease. But just Alexander at that time. Okay, beats him outside the outstop.
Is it that Kevin is just looking to get as many runs as possible, or or is it that he is confident in the batting ability of Tyron Joseph? This is left to be seen. Kevin is prepared for that quick single when it happens, but if you recognize Scotty, let's look at the outfield. 5 in the off, but the very short spaces between them, utilizing and covering that area very well. And so they're asking.
That one turns away.
They're asking. Asking Tyron to look to go over the top, and his feet are nailed to the crease like Jesus' feet were nailed to the course. Whitish ball there, and he is just striking, trying to hit that ball. Ill-advised shot, and you can see Kevin James coming down and talking to him about the shot selection. Really, very poorly executed shot there from Tyron Joseph Scotty.
Again, yeah, Tyron not. Well, maybe seeing that the ball a little bit of air trying to hit it over the top. There's runs to be gotten, but he has missed the ball all totally. That time he sees another white ball. Alexander, we were tight outside field, but the batter has to just use his head. He can place the ball through the gaps there and get runs.
Well, it's based on your ability. There's variation that we're getting from Jason Alexander is extracting bonks and turn, and with his variations, Tyron is not considered a quality batsman to be able to read the what Jason Alexander is actually pouring at him, and that is why I was saying maybe it will be ill-advised for Kevin to take that quick single on the second delivery of the over. Since thereafter, there is no other run, and so just one run coming, and I think there were 2 byes in that over.
Yeah.
And so the scores are 189 for 7, and we're hoping that I saw the Nagico Stars are hoping that thereafter they maybe can really accelerate the scores so at least 5 runs per over to reach that 250 that they're looking for. But as of now, at 189, if they were to score another 36 runs,
For
it'd be
short,
just 120 something.
yeah, they were for sure about 250 mark.
Yeah.
Somebody has to come and play a blinder here in this last overs remaining.
I think Kevin is going to be looking to do that. I think Kevin is going to be looking to do that, and we can see his intentions. Even if he's not shaped properly in that shot, you can actually see him looking to want to accelerate the scoring from the approach of that shot there against the off spinner Lex Maglo.
And now he's taking another single early in the over. As you say, he look like he has a lot of confidence in Tyrone Joseph, because at a number 9, allowing him to also have the ability to stay there. He can hit the ball also. With James again give a strike to Joseph. Mark Lloyd 4 on the on, 5 on the off. Appeal for LBW. Not outside the umpire. The batsman is camper for a single.
The ball is just going down the leg side. Actually, he's actually playing that ball, and Kevin is quick to get back because he's pretty quick between the wickets. I'm not just sure if you know Kevin held the 400 meter and the 200 meter record in Dominica. In track and field.
Track and field.
Yeah, Kevin used to be a little quickie. He used to run the 1, the 2, the 4, and he used to do long jump.
The guy's a sprinter then.
Yes, Kevin is. I mean, you were the one who said Kevin was slow.
one of the singles that he moved out, he was a bit slow, but he proved me wrong later on. That he has been quite agile in taking his singles. And I just know he's a veteran player, so he knows this game. That time he trying to flick it to leg, but it's straight to the short mid wicket. Not gap in the ball here. In this situation, you find a gap, Yudi.
Yes, there are some savants in the Colts lineup, and one of them is Shadow Jeremy Isaac. They playing a similar shot. This time it's a little bit more accurate on the shot, and just by going past the same Jeremy Isaac
away from
for
him.
2.
Yes,
This time you could see him reversing the shot earlier on.
That's why
this should have been played with a more accurate bat.
That's what you call placement.
Exactly.
You need to way to place the ball away from the first bat, not hitting ball straight to them. So I emulate Brian Lara in that capacity. The man had the ability to just place the ball between the gaps and get runs. So you could be scoring, you could be hitting ball hard all the time straight to first bat.
Kevin may not have been as prolific as Brian Lara by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly, when you look at him, his mannerisms in the outfield, sometimes you can see he has a Brian Lara-esque batting ability. And so you saw him looking to just use that wrist a little bit more, and we saw the shot reversed, and then thereafter it was replicated and done the proper way. This time he's looking to get through the ball, get a square drive to get the replacement between the shot cover and the man at point, and he was unable to do that, and he just pushed that ball straight into the short cover region. But Kevin has these intentions. I'm hoping that he maybe could get Joseph on strike very early from Jassian Alexander. Jassian is bowling a ball that is gripping a lot. What we're not seeing much from Jassian is the variation from a ball that is gripping and turning a lot and that straight arm ball. And if he could deceive Tyrone with some balls that are actually gripping and follow up with an arm ball that is straight, he may be able to surprise Joseph and get him out LBW or maybe even bowls.
Okay. Straight up and down.
Just seeing things again from the Atlantic end. And they scamper through for a single here. So the The plan was giving Kevin back the strikers. Worked early in that over.
Yes. First delivery, and we're seeing him getting a quick single. I still think that maybe could get a bit more defensive to get him to be a little bit more aggressive. Justin is getting bongs. Maybe we can get some short fielders, 2 short fielders under the bat to make him not want to play that defensive shot on a ball that is getting bongs, and so make him try to play that odd shot that is uncontrolled. And maybe we need to start to see that kind of aggressiveness from the Granby Credit Union coach Scotty.
Coach has been very defensive today.
But in the defense, because of how far that they're batting, if the ball is not held,
Oh my God.
if the ball is not held,
Appeal for a catch
Struck
by the
too hard.
wicketkeeper.
if the ball is not struck
Umpiring
too
is
hard,
on
then
move.
it gives the Northern Stars an opportunity for a single, Scotty. And so maybe they need to be a little bit more aggressive to position themselves for a catch, or to give the batsman the trend of thought that possibly if I do not play that defensive shot well enough, that I will get out caught. Yeah? See that on a ball like that, for example, that's Kevin James. Imagine you have Tyrone batting there for a bowler getting that kind of bounce. Am I going to play that shot with competence and not get out caught? So you give him that opportunity to think. You understand? But in the situation that they are, look at the field has not changed so much for Kevin as compared to Tyrone Joseph. And Tyrone is no batsman like Kevin James. You understand where I'm coming from, Scotty?
So that, because what I'm saying that the Alexander has not been utilizing pressure on batsmen. I mean, he's a very defensive field from this afternoon watching this game.
Yeah.
And he's not really putting any pressure on the batsman. Sometimes we have to put in some pressure, bring in some batsman close, seal him on a 4th shot leg. That creates doubts in some batsman's mind. So
Here's what I'm talking about, Scotty. Justin is able to extract the bounce.
he's turning the ball here.
He's turning the ball. So you get turning bounce. This is what you want from an off spinner.
Yeah.
Now you have somebody's batting at number 9. He's not much of a batsman by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
And so you want to really get people under the bat to make him think. You understand?
You need at least a sleep and a man in short silly point.
Yeah, silly point.
And you get a
seal him in and get them on to see if he's going to force that. Let him try to accelerate by going over the top.
Go over the top.
And when he goes over the top, if you bowl to your field properly, then what you're going to get is a wicket, a catch, or maybe you start to play very defensively and you get an LBW. Maybe try to play late to see what the ball is doing, and you can get an LBW off an arm ball or off the googly. And so that kind of thinking is what we will hope that we can see from the captain. And the bowler, and incidentally, they are the two happening at the same time with Justin Alexander operating from the southern end.
Yeah, as a captain, in terms of a thinking captain, you need to think through and come up with other ways of getting a batsman out or batter out.
Maybe they're just satisfied in stemming the run rate from the Northern Stars and see, okay, a score of 220 is defendable. Kevin goes over the top, and that will be 6 runs.
It's 200 on the board. 201 for 7. Kevin James, that time taking a bowl shot and hit it wideish long on for 6.
Keep going, boys. Batting on.
He reached 200. I think that's a milestone that they had to reach MUD. Put 200 on the board. Psychological pressure is like scoreboard pressure for the field inside.
Yeah.
When it comes to bat.
Yesterday in the semi-finals, the Nagico Stars, they scored 220. And now they're 201.
Yeah.
201. Yesterday's match in the semi-final, the Kalinago Blasters were gave the Colts just 90 runs for victory. And so they made light work of that yesterday.
I think they struggled to score that 89 runs.
And if they struggle to score, I have been corrected that it was not no light work at all.
Yeah.
The Kalinago Blasters really made a match out of that, and so scoring, reaching a target of 89 or 90. It was not much of batting practice, and so psychologically, the Northern Stars are probably in a better space than the
Colts.
Grand Credit Union Colts here at the Geneva playing field. But will the benefit of the home ground and the crowd support benefit the Grand Credit Union Colts? I'm sure we can hear the sound of the drums from the Sakis Lapukabwit there from the community of Granby.
Sakis is starting to warm up the place, and we intend to have a very good afternoon here. So we are calling everybody in the neighborhood, Savan, Pishley, Granby, down to Newton, and the south of Dominica, Sophia, Scott Z, Rosa Central, to come up here, Judy, for the run chase here at Geneva grounds.
Yes, Scotty. So we're seeing Tyrone surviving that final delivery there from Lex Maglo. Lex Maglo, he would have bowled some 10 overs, 1 for 41. So he is the first bowler to bowl his full quota of full allotment, full quota. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Full quota of his bowler, full allotment of 10 overs.
10 overs, yeah.
So he's gone 1 for 41 from his 10 overs without bowling a maiden in that.
It's basically about 4 runs per over within the run rate so far. So it's interesting. And as there's a change of bowling, or we continue
with Jackson Alexander operating from the southern end.
Still Jackson. Jackson Alexander, to me, has brought himself quite late in the oh, he has bowled a couple overs so far.
Who's that?
But in terms of his second spell, it looked like he came a bit late.
Yes, I think probably well, we're now learning that Alvin St. Jolly is injured. But we were hoping that Alvin St. Jolly would have been on earlier, but he's injured, so he cannot be on. But Justin Alexander, for his expertise, I think he's considered among the best top off spinners on island.
Yeah.
And I think he probably should have been operating. I think maybe he gave Athanas too long a spell. Athanas would have bowled 8 overs, 1 for 42. And maybe given Athanas too long a spell. And now that he is back on, he's in the point where Kevin is going to be looking to go and to accelerate the scoring. The run rate is at probably its highest it has been. It was at 4.61 and now it is 4.60. And still some 5.3 overs remaining in the innings.
Yeah, Alexander, left arm spinner. A well-built young man is this athletic looking Justin Alexander from the Atlantic. The Atlantic Ocean in the background. You see part of the sea from there. I love the field. And the umpires. Out or what?
Yes, it's a catch by Yawani Regis, diving forward on dolly of a catch, really. Well, not say dolly of a catch. It was just the ball was just
Pop up in the air, yeah.
No, but I don't want to say pop up, but it was not hit with any venom. And you play the ball like that in the air with all the space and in the vicinity of an athletic cricketer. And Yawani Regis is not making a mess out of that one, and he's now having dismissing Tyrone Joseph, and it brings to the crease the number 10 Covell Murray.
That's my groundsman from Buzzford. Covell Murray. But Yawani Race, I was saying, is quite a accomplished field man. He's very good at basketball. I even think he plays football too. So
Yawani is a goalkeeper in football.
So he's a goalkeeper.
Yawani is a wicket keeper in cricket. And when he's playing in the outfield, he's a utility person.
Yeah.
He can really, in the outfield, he's a fieldsman.
Fieldsman,
And
yeah.
then you can use him to bowl sometimes for you. So,
Quite a versatile guy,
Yeah.
Beauty.
yeah. And one of the things I like about Yawani is his smarts when he's playing sports. And when he played basketball, he's a scoring machine in basketball. Very energetic, and maybe now his game has not developed like we would have hoped for it to develop in basketball. Albeit he's given cricket some more attention in that he would have represented Dominica at the senior national level. He would have also represented Dominica at the youth level, played for the West Indies and Windwards, and West Indies at the youth level on the 16 and the 17 age group. And so cricket probably would have stolen some of his time for sport. But I remember him being in first form and scoring 30 points in basketball. I'm in the National League on a regular. And just being in first form, he was the school's top scorer in the secondary school's under 20 basketball championship. And so he's a sportsman of many talents.
Yeah. No, it's probably a household name in Dominica.
Yes, I mean.
And it's 1.4 for a single, and they reach and they're home. Kerbel Murray, the incoming batsman, is off the mark. Kevin James is on 37. The score is 205 for 8 here. And we end at what over? 45th over. It's going to be 46th over right now. Justin Alexander will take it now from the pavilion end that time. As Sakis, the high fire, by the way, start warming up. The crowd is building to my right. Quite a few vehicles in the parking area. A number of bars really in the area. You could get your food, you could get your drinks, Judy. I hope we get some good water in the area.
So if you're talking about food next to me, a hungry man is an hungry man.
Hungry man.
You're gonna get me hungry in a while from now. So let's just concentrate on the cricket. But we just want to let people know that if you come here, you're gonna get something nice to eat. A variety of things from the various vendors that are in the area.
Good afternoon.
I sat that time outside the stop. Marie looking the cut, misses the ball out instead of Wickkeeper Alexander collects. So we in the 46th over here. As Isaac comes in and turns around by Marie, just down the left slip area. The scamper for a single. The score moves on to
206.
205 or
206.
206 for 8. The wickets coming is the number 10 batsman is at the Chris UD. I think Kevin James need to step on the gas.
No, I'm gonna give you a prediction. The next ball is a bungee ball. The next ball is a bungee ball for Kevin.
Yeah, he will step on the gas here.
You can
Over
see
is
paying
a wheeling
attention,
away.
looking to go over between mid wicket.
Oh, no, he takes a single in time.
But you could see that he was looking over between mid wicket and long on, trying to get.
And the gap
that
is
shot
there.
And the gap is actually there. It goes over the top.
Yeah.
But
He decided to play that ball
Jeremy
straight to
Isaac
the
is not giving him that the time of day for him to be able to hit the ball over the top. And so they have a very packed, heavily packed off field that is wide. And we see an agricultural shot there being played by
Marie.
by
Kerbel Marie.
Michael Murray.
A white ball, he went at it anyway. He threw everything at it. But he didn't make contact.
Yeah. Covell is trying to bowl to his field. If you recognize that there's a man at slips, there's a man at point, there's a man at short cover, there's a man at long on, and there's a man at a wideish mid off.
Isaac again that time, Murray driving hard, but straight to the man down at long on for a single.
This delivery full toss it was as it may, but it was still down the leg side, not bowling to the plan that is being employed by Justin Alexander.
And Murray not picking the gap. A full ball like that, he had to place that ball and get runs. It's in the air, but it's falling short. One bounce to the first man, rifles the returning. The cross for one. James not getting to the ball. Low the field, but that ball is going down the leg side. He's dragging away, ball keeping low, following him. But heading towards that 210 for 8 at Geneva. We have bright sunshine here, Rudy. It's a beautiful day in Grand Bay. And again, we're calling on spectators around the southern part of Dominica to come and watch this exciting match here. The run test will begin just now.
Kevin is on strike. Justin Alexander operating from the southern end. And let's see, 4 overs remaining. Let's see what is the plan that has been employed. But I must say that this is taking a very long time in terms of the bowling.
We get to the 50 overs.
Yeah.
There's a bit very slow run rate there. Again,
Kevin goes over the top and he drives over the extra coverage, and that is 4 runs. And that takes him into his 40s. He's on 43. He is on 43. The scores move on to 214.
James that time coming forward. And that's what I'm saying, the gaps are there. He needs to go at the ball in, leave it between the man at wideish long off, and the man at the cover point boundary. Deep cover point boundary for 4. The ball in at 2, 4, 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. He's off the back foot that time, cracking it, but the man down in the covers is easily. Kevin just really look like he have a
There's an overthrow. There's an overthrow. Gets back Kevin on strike. Yawane is very unhappy by what is happening out there. And usually when he is unhappy, he's a very emotional guy. It's not going to be masqueraded. If he's unhappy, you're going to know he's unhappy, and there's reasons to be unhappy as you give the Kevin James an opportunity. He's on 45.
Put him back on strike.
A 6 will take him to 50. A 4 will take him to 49. Still has some 3.4 overs remaining to do that in the innings to get him a half century.
Alexander again, the time. James is 32 leg, they run 1. They're looking for 2, no. James sends back to Marie. So Kevin is on 46. He's looking for half century. It's up for the taking.
Kevin James is on 46 from 52 deliveries. A very well put together innings. And he comes on strike cover, just pirates his ball down to the square region. Kevin is back on strike to face 2 deliveries. 2 deliveries remaining in that over. Will he get to his 50 to be the first half century in this, the final of the NCCU sponsored Dominican Cricket Association's President Scott Scotty.
Yeah. Kevin compose himself again. Jassian comes in.
And he looking to get a leg, what seems to me a leg guard. So you give him some space early up for him to be able to go over the top.
That time straight to the man at whitish middle, and there's no runs. James remains on 46.
Final delivery of the over. Will he go over the top, or will he just look to get a single to get on strike in the 48th over?
Well, he has gotten a single and taken the strike. So that's the end of the over, and James moved on to 47, and there's the possibility of him getting that 50 in this over coming up.
Yeah, it's not the shot that he anticipated,
Yeah.
but albeit he was able to make well the single of the situation. And Curvel is responding well, backing up very quickly, and he's allowing Kevin that single. It takes him to 47, Scotty. 47 from 54 deliveries.
What was? Yeah.
So you would have manufactured that innings or put together that innings very well. Kevin James looking to stabilize the innings when the informed batsmen Luvio Charles and Vince Lewis and Amiel Gilbert would have fallen, and so he came in the middle order, and he is there seeing it to the end. Scotty, 3 more overs to go. This was the end of the 47th over. We're now into the 48th. And Kevin is on strike, and on the other end, he will be facing in his 9th over Jeremy Isaac, who have bowled some 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 44 so far.
Isaac comes in now. We can James hitting hard through the gap, falling short. Somebody gonna cut it off, and the batsman scamper in for 2. Here comes a good throw. But now the throw eluded the wicketkeeper on the bounce there. But it's 2 more to James. And he moves on to 49. So he's in line to get the half century.
James was just hitting the ball against the wind a while ago, as we saw, and it held it back a bit, was unable to score, to get the boundary, but it brings him back on strike. He's on 49, and he goes over the top. For 6. A nice way to register his 50. Takes him to 55. The Northern Stars 227 for 8. Kevin would have done the job that he needed to do for the Northern Stars, and they're in a very commanding position, taking the run rate to 4.8. They would need, if they were to reach that target of 250 that they spoke about earlier on, they would need another 23 runs, and Kevin is getting this one referred to as the lizard of a ball, just rolling across along the track, and a bye-being signal there. That ball eluding the bat of Kevin James, as well as the glove of Kevin Alexander, the wicketkeeper for the Granby Credit Union Colts.
Yeah, well, just it's Jeremy Isaac in his 9th over. James has just registered the first 50 of the inning. James on 55 as Covell Murray comes into thick strike.
And that's what you call teamwork. Yesterday we got a 51 from Jelani Robinson, 53 from Amiel Gilbert, and this morning Kevin is joining the list of persons that will get to a half century. That's supposed to be an easy catch there for Yawani Regis. Curvell Murray, he is gone, caught. Yawani Regis in the coverage, and
Well, Murray has gone to the well a little bit too often. That time looking to hit over the top and get it outside as it's pulling up into the air to give Regis an easy catch.
Yeah.
So,
for Jeremy Isaac's first wicket. Jeremy Isaac would have knocked on the door, and he had opportunities where there were drop catches off his bowling earlier on, and now he is rewarded to join as he joins the wicket column. So far, Alvin St. Jolly has had 149. Jeremy Isaac 1 for 42. Also, Justin Alexander 1 for 42. Nixon Athenas 1 for 42. But the pick of the bowlers is the fast bowler Shamoy Williams, who bowled some 5 overs and picked up 3 for 31 in his spell.
Okay. So it has been quite an interesting batting performance by Northern Stars. They sort of consolidated quite well in the middle when they lost 2 quick wickets and they were about 160 for 6. And I think they have come back well to reach 228, and they might be looking for at least over 230 runs, which would be quite a formidable total to chase. Yeah. As the last man in is Clint Roman. James will take strike. No, it's Rubin. Kevin James. James is on strike or Rubin? James on 55. The score is 228 for 9. We in the 48th over. Again, a low appeal for, and he's out. Leg before wicket. Clint Roman not disturbing the scorers here at Geneva. And that's the end of the inning. Northern Stars 228 all out. Quite an interesting score. And we're hoping that this afternoon there'll be really a spirited effort by the Grand Bay coach to see whether they can get to that total. 228 for all out. And here's some of the stats here. In terms of the batting, Gillian Robinson, 0. The other batsman was Lubio Charles, 41. Gilbert, 28. The Prince Louis, Bull Williams for 38. Tyron Phillips, LBW, Bull again, Williams for 4. We had Kevin James not out on 55. Alexander Bull Liverpool for Cot Liverpool and Bull Afners for 9. And Joseph Yawani Regis Bull Alexander for 8. Yeah, bowling here, Jolly. Bolly had 5 overs, no middles, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Lex McLeod, 10 overs, no middles, 41 runs, 1 wicket. D Liverpool, 3 overs, 1 middle, 14 runs, no wickets. Isaac, 9 overs for end up with 2 wickets, and basically it's 228 is the score. So we're hoping that this afternoon there'll be a 40 minutes break, 20 minutes break, and then we see the run chase where the Grand Bay Credit Union Colts will be chasing trying to, if we can overhaul a score of 228. So we expect to have a very exciting afternoon. And with this, we take a break and goes back to Masters Control.
we say welcome back to the Geneva playing field, and we apologize for missing the first over of the reply by the Grand Bay Credit Union courts. We okay, we saw the Brandway Credit Union Court scoring 228 all out. With Kevin James remaining not out on 55 in the 48th over, and now they have 229 to win. We have now the inning starting at 222, and Melvin Defoe and Yawani registered the openers. The scores after the first over is one without loss. Vince Silvis bowling that first over for the Nagico Stars. Operating from the southern end is Kyron Phillip. Swinging delivery, but wide, albeit. The score moves on to 3. The scores move on to 3 with that wide delivery from Kyron Phillip. There's a suggestion of swing from what we saw coming off the deck, and so let's see what Kyron Phillip brings to the table. And we're seeing Yawani Regis just reaching there a bit as the ball goes flying past his off stump. Flying past his bat, sorry. Two slips and a man at point. Kevin James in first slips, Jelani Robinson in second. At the back of the stumps is Luvio Charles, and cover is Vince Lewis. In the widest mid-on is Tyron Joseph. In the widest mid-off, Tyron Joseph in mid-on, Curville Marie and Romaine. Short mid-wicket, and the fine leg is number 7, Amiel Gilbert. And this is the attack for the and the third man is Gary Daniel. Very attacking spell there from Kyron, lifting delivery. The other one is trying to just negotiate, trying to get his eye in it. So, 2 legal deliveries so far, and the first ball being a wide ball from Kyron, but quickly it gets back on track.
Good boy.
And a wonderful delivery there from Kyron Phillips, sorry. That ball just moving off the deck, and so Yawan is still struggling to really get behind that ball and to pick up the trajectory of that ball. So we're seeing him doing some gardening there to suggest the length of that delivery, Scotty.
Yeah, good afternoon, Julie. Hope you had a sumptuous lunch.
Actually, no lunch at all.
Okay. I had some pig and a codfish like polar bear. I can't be talking without food, I can tell you that.
Well, sometimes we have some demons to get out of our lives, and the only way that those demons can be rid of is through prayer and fasting. And so maybe I'm on a fast, certainly in a prayerful spirit, as I always try to be, to stay connected with my source of energy and my source of strength, the one and only living God.
Anyway. charging again. At 10, 11, there's shadow away, let the ball pass. No harm done. End of the over. The second over.
Yeah.
This is corner.
4. At the end of the over, the total is 4. Yawani is off this of the mark. He has 1, and Melvin Defoe, he too has 1. You can talk to Clement about that when you come there. His computer screen was not on. His computer screen was off. Vince Lewis is coming attacking, and now he has the opportunity to bowl to the right-handed batsman Yawani Regis. Seems to be generating some form of pace of that deck, but the ball is not carrying as much as we would have seen from the likes of Kyron Phillip. Is at one end of the wicket, there on the other. We will see what happens, but Yawani Regis and the Granby Credit Union course looking for a target of 229 from 50 overs. Loud appeal there from Vincent, but not supported as we would have expected from the rest of the Northern Stars.
Hello. Your scorer was 10 meters plus wave. 10 meters computer screen there, boy.
Fourth delivery of the over there from Vincent Lewis. And they're still yet to have a another dot ball. Fifth delivery of the over, 1 more, and it will be a maiden. It will be a maiden. Should he be able to contain Yawani Regis? The Colts needing 229 to win. They are now 4. Four without lost after 2.5 overs. Yawani drives, Scoville comes across equal to the task, and he will save the single, brings it under the over, maiden over for Vincent Lewis.
But all you get in white, right? Don't say you can't get white.
Is it?
Don't say you get in white, right? All of a sudden, you guys are being
He's lying about it. Tell thing we cannot.
Well, the master.
What master say?
Yeah, you go check if I don't know what I've known, so you don't know what you do.
Nice take there. A nice take there from the wicket keeper. All bit wide delivery there. He had to move to his right, wide across and wide to take that ball there. But it seems to be having an attacking, seems to be attacking the body of the batsman there and getting the ball on body length type delivery, body line type delivery. And he's bold. He is bold, Melvin Defoe. He's bowled by Kyron. He's playing off the back foot as opposed to playing on the front foot. And this ball keeps a little bit low. But the suggestion is keeps a little bit low. And we're seeing the Northern Stars putting a hand on the trophy with the dismissal of Melvin Defoe. Scores are 5-4-1. Melvin Defoe going bold, Kyron Phillip for just 1 run. And this will bring to the crease former national batsman Lex Maglo, known for opening at times, but this time he's coming 1 down and batting at number 3. Will he be able to stabilize the innings like we saw happening in the first innings? When Amiel Gilbert joined Luvio Charles, and they would have had a good partnership of about 70 runs thereabout before Amiel Gilbert was dismissed. Run out, lack of concentration resulting in his dismissal, and so now Yawani Regis, the boys from Pishle, Yawani Regis and Lex Magloire, they are now at the crease. After 3.1 overs, the scores are 5-4-1. Kyron Phillip operating on that line just above the off-stump area, and it is proving difficult. It was proved difficult for Yawani Regis when he faced him in his first over. It proved difficult for the left-handed batsman Melvin Defoe. Now we're seeing Lex Margot joining the party, but he's been baptized by fire. He's looking to pull this one for the mid-wicket region, a short ball, and Lex Maglo is looking to pull it, but this time playing over the ball because maybe the bounce is not as genuine as he would have hoped for it to be. He's over the ball, but there are opportunities for runs to be scored from a shot like this in the mid-wicket region. Short mid-wicket is Romain, and the fine leg Amiel Gilbert. Wide space between these two to get some runs there, but Kyron Phillip is bowling and to the field that he has been allowed by the captain Kevin James.
Where go? It's not safe. Come on in.
You are just pointing and you have a big screen for you. That's what you do, look at now.
Keep working, yeah. Keep working, yeah. Working, yeah. Keep working, keep working. Keep working, yeah. Work out, work out. Stand back, stand back.
I'm gonna move to see if I can get this school. The thing is now, when I
Breaking out.
second number.
To come there with a big fetching screen and I really could computer here and send you information on the meeting.
I don't know.
Stay with it. Keep working, keep working. Look pressure.
That is why I couldn't study with you. You need to stay quiet. When you finish you after all, you go back like you are doing back to the road. Sing love,
So, yeah, one year how many runs? One run?
Totally embarrassed by Vice President Kamala Harris and put up more than 60
Lex have one, not you? Now we have only registered strike. It's a dot ball. Free ball in that over so far? Yeah. But the scores are now 8 for 1 year one Regis. He is on 3 and Lex Maglo is on 1. And now we're seeing Karen Phillip again now just stumbling the stumps of Yawani Regis from all over the place. They're bowled by Karen Phillip. It. And that scores are now 8-4-2. Kyron Phillip so far has bowled 2.5 overs and 3 for 2. 2 wickets for 3 runs, really. So that brings the informed batsman Justin Alexander to the crease. Yesterday they struggled to score 89 in the semi-final when they defeated the Adam Sanford Kalinago Blasters. Now they have a Momo score of 229 to win. They are now 8-4-2. 8-4-2. In the 6th over. 1 delivery left in the 6th over. That delivery has been bowled by Kyron. That over, sorry, is being bowled by Kyron Phillip. Kyron Phillip. Top of his mark and is coming. And we're seeing Jason Alexander getting behind that ball and plays it defensively into the cover region area. And that will be without scoring. He's still yet to get off the mark, but it is the end of the over. And will the Northern Stars continue with Vince Lewis? The answer is yes. The fast bowlers have been doing their due for the Northern Stars. So after 6 overs, the score is 8 for 2.
Keep working, boys. Keep working. Keep working.
That's a distraction. Commentary now.
8 for 2. But certainly, Scotty, the crowd has built the crowd has built up. Scotty, earlier on we remarked on the crowd, and now we're seeing them around the field in the western end of the Savannah. Lex Maglaw just pushes this one to the silly mid-on area. Shot mid-wicket, Scotty. Lewis continues to be very economical. He has bowled 2 maiden overs so far, just 2 runs coming off him. Two runs coming off him, Vincent Lewis, and 2 maidens. That's another dot delivery there from Vince Lewis. Seems to be all over the Colts batters, and but while his partner on the other end, and Kyron Phillip, is ruffling the feathers. So far, Phillip has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 6, while Lewis bowling a wide delivery there. The wide ball takes the score to 9, and he would have bowled 3.3 overs and just 2 runs coming off his, 3 runs now coming off his 3.3 overs. Goes over the top, pulls this one faster off field on the western side, and that will be 4. Maglaw capitalizes on this bowler just drifting down the leg side, Scotty, and he pulls this one for 4.
The typical Rex Maglaw shot, whipping it away through square leg for 4.
Yeah. They have a backward square leg, but he was not quick enough. Roman is certainly not quick enough to come across. And Lex capitalizing on this delivery of Vincent Lewis. Vincent has been a nice line and length deliveries, and throughout the spell, this is his 4th over. But this time he just strays down the leg side, and Lex capitalizes on this in the power play. And he goes again, pulls this one. It is just getting the same result. This one just in front of square for Lex Maglaw. And he he has now scored 2 successive deliveries after what was a very miserly display from Vince Lewis.
But Vince Lewis, he's going to get rattled by that flick. Now he come and pick that pitch, the ball almost in the middle of the pitch. Short ball. Magloire, all the time he will do. Hammer him through square leg again for 4.
Yes, they Lex is seeing the opportunities in the mid-wicket region and he's going for it. They'll take a quick single and Gary Daniel is there to the task. Takes it just to restrict them to a single Scotty. Are we seeing a resurgence of the Colts batting in front of a huge crowd there at the Geneva playing field?
Well, the Colts have the Granby support to our right. A huge crowd on the right hand side of the field, and they're egging them on, and they have a lot of overs to go. I think if they bat properly, it is within reach, Beauty.
Certainly it is. 229 and a field like that, it's not an impossible task. But what we know is the Northern Stars has a good bowling attack, and with the dismissal of Yawani Regis, that is one less prolific batsman for the Granby Colts to get to reach that target.
Look like we have the bowling continues. Still having an attacking field there because they are playing 2 slips a goalie. Man at point, cover point. Down on the long of bong, we have one. A long one there. Wideish mid on was mid wicket, wideish mid wicket, and a long leg. So you have 3 on the leg side and 6 on the offside. Pretty attacking field still by the Northern Stars.
Yes, Lex moves on to 10. And he's looking to pull. Kyron Phillips shot the ball, but Jassian said no, as the guy in the short mid-wicket region comes around and he gets that ball, stops it, and restrict them to a dot ball. Kyron gets back to his line and learned deliveries that have allowed him or afforded him those 2 early wickets, and Lex Magloire is equal to the task, just playing this one there forward, trying to whip it off the hip, but there is no run, and Kyron Phillip contemplates as he walks to the top of his max Scotty and to get back at another opportunity to charge himself at Lex Magloire.
Magloire is equal to his short pitch, just backward a short of a length, but Magloire is a strong defensive player, but he's also vicious who can pull off the ball. He's looking to change his bat here, he's looking for a bat change, signaling to the dressing room that he needs to replace his bat. So I think Magloire is in a mood to attack this bowling and take the game away from the Northern Stars.
And Lex Magloire seems that he has a broken bat, and they will get somebody to replace it. And they're saying the ever-ready Poi coming and trying to communicate to them. Poi wearing number 333, his name at the back of this customized West Indies jersey.
Who's that number?
That is the prolific batsman
Chris Gayle.
Chris Gayle.
Poi number 333. A triple century. So Poi has the makings of a great batsman, I suppose.
Well, I'm not sure, but what I know is there's nobody in cricket ever play the game to love the game more than Poi. And I'm happy to see Poi out there to do his duty. This morning he was there doing wrongsman duties. Now he's doing 12-man duties. And Poi just wants to be part of the action. And we're happy to have the likes of Poi. I'm happy that how the Granby Credit Union coaches have embraced him. There's a wide allowed appeal there. Is it going down the leg side or was there? I heard. I swear that there was a double noise
Was like at the inside edge.
for an inside edge. Karen continues to operate from the southern end, and he has bowled 3.4 overs and 2 for 6. At this time, Lex digs this one out, kind of foolish delivery on the leg side, pushes this one, and it will be filled by Curvell Murray down there in the mid-on region and restricting him to just a dot ball. So Jasion continues to sit at the non-strikers and waiting for his opportunity. It's a final delivery of this, the 8th over, the 4th of Kyron Phillip for the Northern Stars. Shot delivery lifting over his head, and the umpires will signal wide. Both of these over his shoulder, sorry. Yeah. And this one is way over his shoulder. And we're seeing the wide being signal there.
Who's the batsman not out there so far?
Yeah, here it is. Before them scoring one. And Kyron follows up with a wide, this time wide of the crease. We're seeing Alex Maglo following, but when you struggle, sometimes when we struggle with our line, we tend to get those situations, and Kyron maybe is having a strain. We're seeing him sitting on the deck, and coming to his aid is Kevin James. Kevin James, we're wondering, he's now on his stomach, might be either a back or a thigh injury, but he's back up. It's a good sign, but I'm not sure he will be continuing for long. One more delivery of his spell, opening spell, looking to complete his 4th over. Scotty, well, what do you think might be the problem, Scotty?
Huh?
What do you think might be the problem?
It's very detect. I was kind of unsighted because I was checking on something that was very quick, that problem.
Kyron is quickly back to the top of his mark. And equal to the dust, that I guess will bring an end to his spell, based on what we saw happening in the penultimate delivery of that over. It's still down. We're seeing his teammate, teams like Tyron Joseph talking with him, as well as the umpire, and there might be an issue that is going on with Kyron Phillip. Water is coming out of the field. And so in the chase, in the run chase, we have Delaney Alexander coming in. He will replace Vincent. The scores are 20 for 2.
After what? How many overs?
After 8 overs.
8. Yeah, the run rate look like it's pretty slow. It was
Yeah,
about
they certainly, would have
2.2.
to, they certainly would have to accelerate that run rate, but what we saw was the fast bowlers, Kyron Phillip and Vince Lewis, they're really holding down the batters there for the Granby Credit Union Colts. But now that we're saying the spin's been introduced, maybe there might be a different approach and maybe there might be an acceleration of the run rate. But certainly they would need to accelerate that run rate if they are to reach the target of 229 that was set by the Northern Stars after they were invited to bat by the Colts.
Yes. Spectators almost
See a
screaming for
being
wide.
signal there by umpire Williams. Jassian actually just punches this one defensively, and but there's no run as Tyron Joseph comes from the point area to field that ball. There's a dead ball signal there, but it's back at his mark, Scotty.
Feel that, but too late, man.
Nice straight ball there. Nice length there from the left arm spinner in Delaney Alexander. Not a mighty turner of the ball as such. Misfield there from Jelani Robinson, and will give Justin an opportunity to get off the mark. He's now off the mark after facing 5 deliveries, Scotty.
Oh, this Jason Alexander is off the mark, so pretty compact player. We expect great thing for him this afternoon. If Granby Colts has to really overhaul that squad, this partnership there, this Lex McGraw and Alexander needs really to put on at least 100 partnership here this afternoon.
This time it goes over the top. It's straight back by the man there, and the wide, the deep, long one is unable to get there. That straight back 4 from Lex Maglo. He moves on to 14. Scores move to 25. 25 for 2 after 9 overs. 26 for 2 after 9 overs.
Well, McLaw is a confident shot that time. Driving Delaney Alexander straight back pass. And beating the man that was way almost on the boundary there, wide-ish mid off to the fence. So McLaw is really feeling his way and really milling that ball. I think he's looking at he's set for a big score here this afternoon.
Yeah, you know what is required. The run rate being just about 2.78, 2.8 runs per over, really. And Gary Daniel will be operating from the southern end, replacing Kyron Phillip.
So they were given a rest after each of the quickest pass bowlers given a rest after 4 overs. Daniel shot, McLaughlin hit it to square. Somebody's covering the boundary, catches it inside the boundary, sends the return back to the wicketkeeper. 1 more to the total.
Lazy shot there, lazy run in between the wickets by Lex Maglo and Justin Alexander, and I think there should be a greater sense of urgency. By all means, there were 2 runs available This
Again,
time
that
he
time
goes
Maglo
and he
hit
pushes
in
it
the air.
into the ear and straight
Oh,
into the
my
throat
God.
of
This
the
is
batsman
against the
that
wind.
dipped mid-wicket, hitting the ball against
It's
the wind.
yeah.
And Amiel Gilbert is scratching that ball delivery there.
It was a very short ball. He had all the time in the world. But instead of hitting it down, you hit it in the air. You're looking for 6. You could gap that ball and get a 4 runs. Again, you have to have sensible batting. Use some common sense. And the hard breeze coming in from the Atlantic and Beauty across the field makes it difficult for you to clear that boundary there on that to the right of us. Yeah, the wind always coming on you. These guys are in there. That's your territory in the Grand Bay. You're supposed to know that. Well, we have seen the fall of the 3rd wicket. What's the total?
27 for free
27
in
runs
the
on
10th
the ball.
over. And coming to the crease is Alvinson Jolly. He too is a good batsman, but I think the most dangerous of the batsmen so far has been Lex Maglo.
Yeah.
And with a poor shot selection, hitting against the wind. There has been an eastern wind all morning. And I'm sure Lex Maglo, who would have served as captain of the Granby Colts in the past, would be part and parcel of the decision making based on the conditions here. And then the eastern wind continues to blow across the savannah, and Lex Maglo is hoping to hit this ball into the wind, and he just died there and just went straight. I will tell you, Amiel Gilbert did not have to move to the left, he didn't have to move to the right. He just sat there and wait for the ball to come right into his throat and to get Lex Maglo dismissed.
Yeah, it was actually right down his alley. That time, Daniel, a better ball for the new batsman, that's the incoming batsman.
The new batsman is Alvinson Jolly.
Jolly.
Yes. He's into his defenses early and just pushes that ball to the cover point region.
Watch it, Bookie. Watch it, Bookie.
I think Alvinson Jolly, we made a couple trials already. I don't know if he had he had played for the national team.
Sure.
But he's a pretty solid batsman. And also a bowler.
Yeah,
So,
yes, that is true.
he
He would
has
have
a long-
represented Dominica at the age group level for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he would have represented Dominica at the senior
Senior
level, but he has represented Dominica at the youth level.
Yeah, man, he play. He
Just reading
represent
from there
Colombia.
that he has represented Dominica at the senior level. A lot of appeal there for LBW, but the umpire judged that this ball was going down the leg side, and so Justin Alexander Scotty survives that appeal.
Yeah, Justin beaten in flight that time by Gary Daniel and appealed for LBW, but the umpire's rule that that ball struck him outside the off stump. He's playing a shot, so he can't be out. He can't be given out. There's some cloud come over us again, Yuri. We have the sun has disappeared here at the Geneva grounds. But we have been a day of heavy cloud cover and a strong breeze is blowing constantly across the field. I think it take a little. I'm seeing the flag moving like a bit more tight in that region, you know. So like it was maybe turning like. Oh my God! What did no? No, it's
Occasionally, the wind is coming from the southwest.
a southwest breeze.
Yeah.
And the score is what? 28. 29 now.
Jasion will drive this one for the covers. He adds 1 to his total. The score moved to 29 for free. Jasion is on 2. Jolly is on 2.
Come stylish. Battle.
Yeah.
Ooh, wonderful diving. Wonderful dive there from Tyrone Joseph. Yes. Scores move on to 30. He was unable to. The ball touched his hand.
We call it Italy then.
Reduction depot.
Nice stop there from Jelani. That's the end of the over, just a single coming off the over there.
How much like Maglo scored? I put that total.
Next Maglo scored 14 from 22.
22.
Lex Maglo scored 14 from 22 deliveries. So Gary Daniel is into his second over right now. Just saw 2 runs coming off it, but having a wicket.
Gary Daniel.
Another wide delivery there from Gary Daniel. Moses got to 31. 31 for free after 11 overs.
Ozzy.
Gary, left arm spin of Gary.
Gary.
Makes it seem like it's a leg spin of bowling. To nice catch there from Jelani Robinson. Lovely catch there in the covers.
Robinson diving away to his, I think to his right there. That time the pull of a blind, I think, at Geneva, and puts the gun because at 4 down now.
Yeah, 31.
4 for 41. I think Granby Coast is look like this. The hopes of winning this championship is fading away.
Yeah, I mean, it's 31 for 4. You needed 220, and the 4 of your top batsmen have been dismissed. It brings to the crease now Sawan, and I can sense a feeling of disappointment by the large crowd that has converged there on at the Geneva playing field to support the home team Granby Colts. But Scotty, earlier on you would have made a call for people to come from the various areas in the south, and I must tell you, they would have responded to that call, because I see a wide contingent of people from the Sufria area and players of the Shremers team and families and a number of people from the Sufria area coming in to look at that final.
But I think that's a good thing for sports when you have these finals, that you can get people coming from different parts of the island to attend these matches and give support to cricket. Because Cricket used to be a village thing. This village versus that village. St. Joseph versus Layu versus Meru. Salisbury versus Qualio. Yes, that'd be. So you go down on the west coast, you massacre Maho. And that is how it used to go. And in the east where there are a number of villages, and when you go to these matches, they cook a lot of food, damn beauty, food and drinks and music. And that was the party time. I always say, look at cricket as a heritage sport. Signal the ball now? Daniel again between the umpire and the stumps. Another time is a white ball. Drifting away down the leg side. Pitching and turning further. The incoming one would be an off break. The one going away from you would be a leg break. Or it could be a googly. Daniel, what is he? Is it a leg spinner or is it an off spinner?
Right arm. The left arm orthodox.
Orthodox. He doesn't put Chinamans and googlies. There's a good ball there. But the batsman is equal to it.
I'm not sure if it's equal to it. It looks to me that he's looking for an opportunity to be able to get a heave of a shot. And when it is not there, he's just looking to just stop the ball. So there's no batsmanship. And here's the appeal. Looks like it's an LBW. The finger comes up. And certainly he's an LBW. Certainly plumb. Yeah.
Well, the batter's amazed. He's still posing and looking at the umpire, having a discussion with him. But there's no referrals here. And he has to walk.
It certainly has. The umpire has made a decision. He's trying to demonstrate what is happening. But to me, Scotty, it looked plumb. Like I was saying to you, he was standing there looking for a big shot. And when the big shot is not there, later he's blocking. And at this delivery is there. He missed it this time. And it's been struck to me.
And that one
in
kept
front
low
of
too.
the stumps. Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing some of these deliveries keeping low.
And as you see, anytime you're going back to a spinner, you have to be careful. But the ball is keeping a little bit low. If you miss, most likely if it's on the stump, you'll be out LBW. So it's always good to come forward and adjust your batting. If you can't hit it, you just play it defensively.
42 for 5, Scotty, and we spoke earlier on of what happened yesterday. Yeah, and they had a target of just 90 runs, and they struggled to make it. That is the Granby Credit Union polls as compared to the Northern Stars, who went out there and scored 220 runs.
220.
Today they put in 229. 228 runs they scored there today, and seemingly that both innings of the teams of yesterday's semi-finals are being reflected in today almost ideally or identically.
Well, the Granby Colts look like they having a batting slump. They usually the team that score quite freely and productive in most of the matches, but they're looking like from the semi-finals they have not been able to press on and move forward, because it's almost a repetition of what happened to them yesterday.
Yes,
That they are struggling here at 32 for 5. Half of the batting or the batsmen are out and in the hot. And most likely, if that trend continue, we will have an early rest here at Granby.
I've seen Alexander in his third over. 3 dot ball so far, Scotty. He has bowled 2.3 overs, none for 8. That is Alexander. Keeping things very tight.
But there's a gift that was missed by the batsman.
Maybe it was better in that way because you have a man sitting in the deep.
So boy don't get.
Sitting in the deep. Kyron Phillip is very athletic and he has some safe hands. And so maybe that's better than making contact with the ball.
Again, you're lucky to get an inside edge onto that ball. Which batters? What's the batter?
Alvinson Jolly is on strike, Scotty, and it
Jolly.
doesn't look like the Alvinson Jolly of old that we knew when he would have played for the national team.
Jolly struggling there, man.
Certainly 5 dot balls so far. And this time it comes rocket off the back foot and he pushes this one for the covers. And Amiel Gilbert will come around and restrict them just to a single.
That was too easy, wasn't it? I find Granby they haven't got runs on the board and they're not eager to get runs either. To me, that there was easy second run in that shot. But I've usually decided to stick to his when he reached the non-side and he refused to come back up.
Well, these individuals have not been running between the wicket as well as we saw when the Northern Stars were batting, Scotty.
Yeah.
And so that might leave them wanting. I mean, from the time, see the distance that Amiel Gilbert would have had to cover for him to stop this ball there, prevented it from going to the boundary, and they still were only able to run 1 run.
Well, again, this time was a quick single. Call was made by Jolly, responded by the other, was it Jassian?
Yeah, but you call it not Jassian. Shamoy Williams. Jassian has been dismissed.
Dismissed of it.
And we will give you the information on Jassian's innings so far. But you call it a quick single. I call it a risky one. A risky single there. The ball was almost at the hand of Jelani Robinson, not having to run too much to get it. And had that throw, pick up and throw was a direct hit, it certainly would have been another wicket for the team that is now struggling at 34 for 5 at the Granby Colts in just the 14th over.
No ball, boy.
Out there, ball, boy.
No ball.
No ball. I big no ball. Dragging the ball along the wrong. Joseph limping away to save 2 runs there. Too much in the total.
Yes, Scotty, 39 for 5. Looking at mighty shot. It looked like it was 6 was shooting all over it, but he's hitting it into the wind, Scotty. And but this time it's safe between the guy that's right, it should be wicket to wicket, and the guy there at long on.
We need 2 batsmen at the cruiser.
Now Delaney Alexander. The Alvinson Jolly is on 9 and Shamoy Williams is yet to get off the mark.
And so the name Regis, Defoe, McLaw, Alexander, Jolly, and Williams. Somebody out. Regis. No, I have Regis.
So scores moved to 41, 41-45. Batsman out so far, Ayawani Regis, Lex Magloire, Melvin Defoe, Jason Alexander, and Sawan Lockhart. And on strike is Shamoy Williams, and at the non-strikers end is Alvinson Jolly. The athletic Delaney Alexander, they're stopping, filling his own deliveries and preventing the single as he continues to hold Shamoy Williams.
That one we had right frame where I see that bully me.
I too was lost without words a while ago. 6 runs there for Shamoy Williams.
Stand back.
It's supposed to be 47. Alvinson is on 10. That's 6. He's bold.
While I go, they miss you off stump. Jolly.
Alvinson is on 10. Scottish Shamoy Williams being bold there after hitting a mighty 6 there. I think maybe he got a little bit too overly ambitious.
Well, the procession continues. As the wickets falling at the regular intervals here. With Granby Coast on it's 40 what? 40. What's the total?
Scores 47 for 6.
47 for 6.
For 6.
Granby
47
Coast
for
all
6.
tatters here at Granby. In Geneva.
Certainly a poor batting display, and we can see some of the players from the Northern Stars actually dancing to the tunes of the music in the background, almost in a celebratory format, knowing that they're so inching so much closer to lifting the trophy this afternoon.
Yes, they're on their way here to victory. They're marching on and they keeping the pressure on Granby Coast. They have not recovered from the early losses in that inning, and they continue to just wheel away, lose wickets, steady.
Kevin Alexander is at the crease. I can tell you that tail has begun wagging Scotty. Kevin Alexander is no batsman at all, and so if him at the crease, ahead of the others. It's a testament for the quality of the batting that comes towards the back end of the Colts innings.
Well, Alexander to face strike again. Delaney outside the leg stamp. Wide. Batsman trying to flick it down the leg side and make the contact. Keeper gathers the ball. Alexander is on target that time. Right in the block hole, but equal to it is moving Alexander.
Well, I'm not going to call it equal to task. I mean, he survives the delivery, Scotty. You reckon he's playing forward defensive and he's falling all over himself. He's falling. So it speaks to a lack of balance there by the batsman. And if you do not have balance as a batsman, Scotty, you're no batsman at all.
Oh yeah, well the balance is critical. You have to be able to hold your stance properly. And be able to pivot, go forward and backwards.
You know, a batsman without balance is somebody who has no control really of the shots that he plays. So you may score a lot of runs. I tell you, for example, if you're playing basketball, once it goes up, it can come down, and if it's on its way down, it's going to pass through it can pass through the hoop. And when it passes through the hoop, then that means you have a basket, but does not mean it's a good shot.
Well, I want two more. Oh. It is slow running there by
Is being signaled there by the umpire.
Granby Coast look like they're very fit to me. They're not taking their runs quickly. They're not quick to get to the ball, and you can see it reflected in their running.
Forty-eight for six is the score.
Allow the pin again for like before. Not outsell the umpire. So that one must have been missing like stamp. Huh? A dot ball.
Fifth successive dot ball there for yeah. Another dot ball. And Alexander gets off the strike, Scotty. And that's the 50 for the Granby Credit Union Colts. 50 coming with no round of applause. Yeah.
Tell me, hammer that ball. 4 runs there.
And that's 4 runs there for Alvinson Jolly.
Yeah, high ball. Tossed up by Daniel. Jolly really gave the treatment.
Yeah, I mean the entire over really was just toss-ups, if you ask me, from Gary Daniel, and the batsmen were unable to make good of those gifts that they were gifted. But this time Alvinson Jolly is pulling this one for the mid-wicket region, which is clear of anybody, if you ask me, for a comfortable 4 runs. Takes his total.
Jolly was thinking also, he needed high in the air. He hit it flat.
It was a well-controlled shot by Jolly. A well-controlled shot, and he reaped the rewards for it. Scores are now 54 for 6. Jolly is on 14, Kevin is on 1. And Delaney Alexander is there for his 5th over. He has 1 for 17 from his previous 4 overs. Kevin Alexander late into the shot. Feet stuck to the crease, no movement at all, stretching for this ball, and is not making contact. And Delaney Alexander is coming. Gets it a little bit closer. Two successive dot balls there from Delaney Alexander.
Good drive. See people.
Alexander moves to 2. The scores are now 55. 55 for 6.
Yeah, that time the outside is strong. They run 1. Chase it one down for a second round. 2 more to the total.
So you can see by all intentions, Jolly is looking to get as many runs as he can get under his belt today. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for the Colts to really win this game. They need 229 from the 50 overs that they are to bat. And safe.
Oh my God! Umpire says run out.
Safe. So 1 run.
Umpire Williams, after deliberating for quite a few seconds, decided to put on a dreaded finger. Run him out.
Scotty, all through the innings previously, these individuals were not looking to make that extra run, and they were so comfortable. And this time, Jolly is maybe getting a greater sense of urgency, and Kevin is not on the same wavelength with him. And so while Jolly was looking for 2, Kevin was comfortable for just a single, and then he would be run out there.
It was 7 down for 50.
Like, who helping that run out there? So scores 58 for 7. Seeing a run out there with and that run out there, very heartbreaking run out there, but it brings Delroy Liverpool into the crease. Delroy Liverpool is a much better batsman than one who bats at number 9, especially in the context of this team. Scott, you see, I'm wondering what are the issues with Delroy Liverpool that warrant him batting so low in the innings. Dot ball to end the over. Dot ball to end the over.
So it's down 58 for 7.
Gary Daniel will.
Oh, it's
After 17 overs, the scores are 58 for 7. And the crease is Delroy Liverpool, who will be on strike. And the non-striker,
well, it must be at the ground because crowd has gone silent to our right here. And we're hearing Sakis in the background. A couple music stringing in the background, but support on the whole has gone. That time 6 runs over the fence. Exactly that would. I think it's Liverpool. I seen that one. The big strong man. Here he goes again in the air. But it's one bounce to the incoming first ball. Rifles in the return to the bowler's end and the scamp of one. With that 65. Again in the air. Falling short of the face band for a single. No man. 66 though.
6-1-1.
Daniel again.
66 for 7. And he's
That time is
bold.
bold.
Delroy Liverpool looking to manufacture.
All over the place.
Just wasn't there.
Billy
And
Stamp struck back. And the Grand Beco is looking like, well, it's a sorry side here. As he tried to chase 228 runs. And they in a lot of trouble here at Geneva. It's now 50.
66 for 8.
8 down for
66 for 8.
Yeah.
Seeing Delroy Liverpool after that mighty hit. He been dismissed there, bowled by the same bowler, Gary Daniel. Gary Daniel so far has been the pick of the bowlers, a 4 for 23 from 4.4 overs.
That green was an early finish here. So, what the time is it now?
Just 11 minutes to 4.
3:49.
3:49.
It was 11 to 4 and Colts find themselves in a lot of trouble here. They are struggling UD at 66 for 8. And I think we in the 19th over.
No, we're just in the 18th over.
18th? We're still in the 18th.
17.4.
We're still in the 18th over. The incoming batsman is
Incoming is Nixon Athenas, the brother of Alec Athenas.
Nixon Athenas is not to fame as his brother in terms of batting prowess.
Certainly not, and if you're batting at number 10 in this batting lineup, it speaks to your quality and abilities. But Jolly is all the way down. I'm not sure what's happening. The umpires are also out of the field. I'm not sure the reasons why, but just to give our listeners an idea. Lex Maglo would have scored 14. Alvin St. Jolly is currently 18 and unbeaten on 18. Jassian Alexander, he would have gone for 3. Yawani Regis, he went for 3 as well. Melvin D for 1. Melvin D for 1. So the batsmen out so far. Yawani Regis, Melvin Defoe, Lex Maglo, Jassian Alexander, Sarwan Lockhart, Shamoy Williams, Kevin Alexander, and Delroy Liverpool bowling for the Northern Stars. Gary Daniel is a 4 for 23 from his 4.4 overs bowled. Kyron Phillip, early up, he had 2 for 8 from his 4 overs in his opening spell. And then we have Delaney Alexander, 1 for 21 from 5 overs. And these are the bowlers doing the destruction. But Vince Lewis, he was very economical, bowling none for 11 from his 4 overs. He opened the bowling with Kyron Phillip, and I think the bowlers, they have done the job, responding well to the batting display that was put on by the team as they mounted a total of 228 in 48 overs. Scotty.
Yeah, well, the bowling has dominated play here this afternoon. This run chase is 228, and we're at the end of we're in the 18th over. 66 for 8. That means a very good bowling display. And I must say, Delaney Alexander, Kyron Phillip, and Gary Daniel. Gary Daniel, who is off spin, leg spin, off spin, left arm, on spin bowling, has mesmerized the Grand Bay Coast batting here this afternoon.
Certainly, Scotty, both the two left arm spinners in Gary Daniel and Delaney Alexander, they have done the trick for the Northern Stars after we saw the opening pair of Vince Lewis and Kyron Phillip up top and bowled the first 8 overs, 4 overs each between them. Kyron have taken 2 for 8 and Vincent restricting the team and just having 11 runs scored off his bowling. And so the bowlers for the Northern Stars certainly has done the trick as they look. I think it's just a matter of formality with the scores being a 66 for 8 before the winners are declared here and today. It will take something, no matter what, if it's rain, if it's bad light, no matter what it is. I think if the Duckworth fluid method can be employed, the number of overs being bowled so far constitutes a match, and so certainly it will take a miracle for the Colts to win that championship today.
The Colts have found themselves in a deep hole there in a ditch. How can they climb out of this ditch, really? When you find yourself in a well with no rope around, how are you going to try to get yourself out of there?
There's nothing I think that can really pull him out of it. I mean, Alvinson Jolly can really hold his own as a batsman.
Yeah.
And he has been the aggressive batsman so far. He's 18 out of 24 deliveries, but he doesn't have the kind of support that is needed at this moment for him to actually bring it home. And so, if I were to bet, I'm gonna bet all that I have on the Northern Stars being the victors this evening.
Yeah, well, a betting man is a simple proposition here in terms of where the game is going on. It's all granted. That time the batsman hitting it straight back past the bowler, but the man at long off runs the wrong to cut it, and the batsman crossed to a single.
Yeah, so Nixon Athanas, he gets up the mark in the first ball faced. It brings Alvinson Jolly on strike. Let's see if he'll be able to negotiate what is needed to bring anything. There is a wide delivery down the leg side, and he swings hard at it, not making contact there, Scotty, and but there he will have to wait.
The signal wide.
To bowl another delivery or to face another delivery as the umpire signals wide, Scotty.
Yes, another white ball. Again hitting attempt straight back past the bowler, straight as a whistle. And it has beaten the man coming at long off for 4. So that time he timed it properly and hit it straight. The first time it was a little wide away. So the long up player could have cut it off. When the ball went over the fence for 4.
Delaney Alexander will continue to operate at the northern end. He's getting a lot of approval from his keeper Kevin James. So far, Delaney Alexander has had 1 for 21 from the 5 overs bowled. Jolly, he moves to 22. On strike is Nixon Athanas.
Athanas, not known for his batting. I mean, he's really a bowler. All his off spins for the Grand Bay Colts. Brother of Alec Athanas, which is a West Indian batsman. So I hope Alec Athanas could really rub on some of his prowess on his brother Nixon here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I can tell you the Colts are probably lamenting the fact that they do not have the expertise of the likes of Alec Athanas, who is now currently in the CPL playing for the Barbados Royals, and also they do not have the services of Courtney Ansem, who is injured. Scorers.
Dead ball.
The scores are 70-48. 70-48 in after 18.1 overs. 18.2 overs now.
Yelani Alexander, a non-stop spell of bowling. And at that time, upon the swings at it, doesn't make contact.
No. With a shot like this, Scotty, the strip should be on the far eastern end of the Savannah, because they certainly need some agricultural swipes like we're seeing coming from Nixon Athanas.
That then happens, it was straight bat. Plays it just around the really mid-off area, and then there's no runs. And he swings again and it's beaten. Pretty lucky to survive that ball, Moody.
I'm not sure if it's lucky. I mean, if I am bowling and I am Dylan Alexander, and we recognize that the Nixon, first of all, is not even looking at the ball, it's just swinging. And so you bowl a straight delivery, you miss eye hit. Yeah. You miss eye hit. He's bowling the ball wide, and but albeit maiden over, and this is 6 over, but Athena survives. But Scotty, I've been thinking, if you were in that situation, you are in this same situation, the Granby Colts played in front of a huge crowd there in Geneva, and the scores are what they are. What is your plan? So Scotty, what would you do in that ideal situation? You still have another 31 overs to bowl, and you're down 70-48. What do you do for playing in front of a huge crowd like that? What is your game plan?
To attack. Try and get as much runs as possible.
Try and get as much runs as possible.
When you can't you have to get close to the score. You have a 200 and something, 228. Subtract what is the total score there? You 70 already?
78.
Minus 70 for myself. You have your amount of runs. You're far behind.
150 runs behind
the curve.
But he looks like he's throwing that ball, Scotty. Wide delivery signal there by the umpire, Inockley.
That ball was a suspect ball. Here the batsman looking ace in a big drive. Get a liquid people edge.
It's 600 yards.
That time hits it in the air. Somebody catch it.
Amiel Gilbert is not just somebody, it's not just anybody, it's Amiel
Gilbert coming in from the boundary there. I take a brilliant catch, the ball almost dying on him. Low down, almost ankle height here as he was falling away, Rudy. Quite a brilliant catch here.
Yes, Amiel Gilbert is a very athletic individual, and he coming in.
Go out there, Jolly.
Yes. I have a wicket. It's score. I mean,
And then I water.
what match is that for me now? You know that for some strange reason.
Back at Jennifer is 9 down for how much? That's total.
Why?
I love the bid for LBW. I'm looking at his counter. That look, looking at right in the block hole. Sweep it against the turn. Again, that ball, that action. Huh?
Scores are 74 for 9, and this is the 19.4 into the 20th over so far. And a wonderful catch there by Kyron Phillip, coming there in the covers to ensure that the deal is sealed, and the the Nagico Northern Stars are officially crowned champions of this the NCCU sponsor Dominican Cricket Association's President Cup, Scotty.
Well, yeah, that basically sums it up this afternoon. They beat them by 154 runs here at Geneva. I think it's one of the Grand Book coach must be saying that might be one of their biggest defeats on this ground. To lose in the finals here, and it's all Northern Stars. A couple of the spectators invade the field as Northern Stars has made it to the final, to the championship, comfortably defeating the Grand Because here, Yudi.
Yes, Scotty, the Gary Daniel being the peak of the bowlers, they are taking 5 for 31 or 5 for 30. We will give you an update on that. But Gary Daniel taking a 5 there, and Kyron Phillip after taking 2 for 8 in his 4 overs. He in the outfield was tremendous, taking that final catch to dismiss Jeremy Isaac there. Wonderful catch, and so officially the champions are the Northern Stars, defeating the Colts here by 154 runs.
Yeah, what do you think about the game? How does the game run? went from this morning, because I wasn't there at the first maybe 2 hours of the morning. How the wicket was playing and how you find the Grand Bay bowlers apply themselves, and how the Northern Stars players was able to apply themselves and hold the middle order together and put on a very formidable total at the end.
Well, early up, Scotty, we had the conditions were a little moist wicket, moist area, moist outfield, and also there was moisture in the air, and so Lex Maglo opting to bowl first. Not a very bad decision. It has proved probably otherwise. But maybe the game would have been finished a long time ago. But there was swing both in the air and off the wicket for Lex Maglo when he bowled medium pace, and along with Alvinson Jolly. And after losing Jelani Robinson for Doc, very early up, the score just been on 3 runs. We saw a stabilizing of the innings between Luvio Charles and Amiel Gilbert, and later down we saw Vince Lewis coming and scoring 45. Charles would have scored 41, and then Kevin James coming in the middle and scoring 55, an unbeaten 55. Scotty, as the Northern Stars were able to put on that score of 228. But to answer your question very specifically, the moisture in the air made it a little bit difficult up early, but they weathered the storm, and then they put a very commanding total on the table. But they would have had batting practice from yesterday, scoring 220, and they scored 228 here in the finals. The Colts were given just 89 to score yesterday, which they reached the target, but they did struggle, and we saw that similar batting display happening there as they were able to score just 74 in the over. They bowled off for 74 in just the 20th over by.
What do you think the lack of Alec Afanas is himself not having played that match have impact on this Grand Before batting order?
Well, since Alec has been on the international scene, he has not been a mainstay per se with the Credit Union Code, Grand Prix Credit Union Codes. But when he is there, he would have scored centuries in other leagues. Yeah. He did not participate at all in the President's Cup because of his unavailability as a result of international West Indies duties. But I think one of the things that is significantly missed are 2 batsmen. Ashwin Lockhart is not in the batting lineup, and we also have Courtney Ansem. These 2 individuals are injured, and so they would have missed the finals today, and that proved to them to be very sad losses, and disappointingly so. In spite of the fact that the better team would have won the game, but they would have certainly missed those 3 individuals in the lineup, Scotty.
Oh, so that is the. Because I find the batting order was very brittle today. There was nobody that tried to hold it together. You had apart from Lex McLaw that really tried to push on the score in terms of the other batsmen. They showed no command of batsmanship, and they were totally mesmerized by our little leg farm spinner here. That's Gary Daniel, to a fifer.
Yes, Gary Daniel was tremendous. I mean, he stuck to the task, and he really would have represented his team well and do what was required. We saw Kevin James occasionally talking to him in between overs, and we saw Kevin James asking him to do what it takes. I mean, imagine yesterday that these bowlers would have taken wickets. Roman, which was introduced at the latter end, and would have gotten 2 wickets. I think he probably would have done well yesterday, and this time they was not even being utilized. Only 1 over being bowled in that innings is because of what Gary Daniel was able to do down there. And so, well, I'm not just Gary Daniel. It's Gary took 4. Gary took 4 for 29. Roman took 2. Roman took two very miserly, maybe 2 for 4, 2 for 3 runs thereabout. But that we can verify with the official scorers, as he took 2 and
Yeah, Daniel.
Gary's 4 for 29 is Gary Daniel. But Scotty, nice, tremendous fit. I'm not sure what are the plans for the trophy presentation. Will there be a trophy presentation
Yeah, the trophy
ceremony?
will be present this afternoon.
Maybe we can take a break right now
Yeah,
and then wait for the
can-
trophy ceremony.
Okay.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Well, good afternoon again to all viewers. Good afternoon to those present, the teams, the fans at Geneva Playing Field. We have come to the climax of the President's Cup, sponsored by NCCU. To my immediate left, we have the president of the NCCU, Mr. McDowell Paul, and to my right, the vice president of the Dominica Cricket Association, Mr. Jamie John Baptist. To start things, we want to call on the losing captain of the Grand Bay Credit Union Colts to come to have a quick discussion with us.
That's it.
Commiserations, Jason. It was a very rough day for you today. Can you give us any insight on what transpired?
Firstly, I just want to say thanks to the Almighty Father for giving us the strength and life to play this game today. Coming into the game, I mean, our energy were right up there, and we let ourselves down in the first aspect of the game, which is in the fielding aspect. But nonetheless, I feel that it was still a good effort, which is runs on the board was runs on the board. And then while we came out to bat, I feel that we didn't apply ourselves as much as possible. But lastly, I just want to say thanks to the Grand Bay Cooperative Credit Union for the sponsorship, and kudos to the groundsman as well.
All right, Justin, any positives you take from this game?
Yeah, it have a lot of positive because we didn't lose any game coming up to until this one, so that was a good thing. It's still have plenty that we need to work on, but like I say, at the end of the day, the better team win.
All right, thank you very much, Justin, and all the best in the next season. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we want to call the winning captain for the Nagico Northern Stars, Mr. Kevin James. Congratulations, Kevin. You seem to be winning everything. How are you feeling today?
Well, not everything. We didn't take the intermediate, but I mean, I must commend the guys. They did very well today. We stuck to the plan with the bat, and at the end of the day, the bowlers finished it off for us.
Yeah, anything you want to highlight from the chase today?
Really and truly, the highlight today was the way we batted. We planned to bat 50 overs. We fell short by a couple overs, but we showed the maturity during the inning. I must commend Luvio and Amiel for the partnership this morning on a difficult wicket early up. I mean, a partnership of 60 or 70 odd with the two youngsters on the team. I must commend them for it.
Yeah, at one point I was looking and I was saying that it was going very slow, but they tried to really stabilize things. And what was the advice going on to them?
Yeah, well, we always said the batting in partnerships is important. The plan was to get to 200, 220, and we really and truly we achieved the plan before the 50 overs. So it was just a matter of, as I said, batting to the plan, and today we did that.
As a team competing with at a championship with another team at the home ground, what was going on throughout your camp?
Yeah, well, after the game yesterday, throughout the whole evening on the group chat is we versus the rest. We know that is what we're going to face today. We know the Grand Bay people are going to come out. And at the end of the day, we just had to stick to the plans. We did not get the opportunity that we wanted this morning to bowl first. But at the end of the day, we cannot complain.
Thanks, Kevin. I think you should stay as close as possible. Which one you want first? I think it's going to be the check, and it will be given to you by...
We prefer Jerry. Come.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the NCCU-sponsored President's League, and the check of $5,000 goes to the Nagico Northern Stars. And whilst you're there, we also have the championship trophy given to Kevin by the president of the NCCU, the National Cooperative Credit Union, your community financial partner. At this time, you can call the teams.
You gotta get. But I'm stupid.
Let's look like young men.
Yeah, man.
What are you watching now? What are you watching? Alright, go guys. Get up. Guys, stand up.